Yes. For a minute.
Tapi tak apa, kita teruskan je. Aku cakap pukul 9.30. Lepas tu, I punya slot pukul 9.45.
Okay.
I tu nak buat
Lepas tu, lepas yours will be
tadi on. Ya.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. To our dear participants, thank you for being patient with us. We request those of you in Zoom to please keep your mic on mute. The program will begin shortly. And for IIUM community, to confirm your attendance, kindly click the attendance link posted in the chat box. Inshallah, the link will be there. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Professor Dr. Nurlida Abu Qasim, Dean Kuliah of Education, distinguished speakers, delegates from Japan and Indonesia, Associate Professor Dr. Mastura Baziz, Regional Coordinator for the GEM Project Malaysia, respected officials, academicians, administrators, participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, selamat datang, Marisha Yokoso, if I say it correctly. Hi. Welcome to the Education with Rahmah Symposium 2022. And for your information, this conference can be viewed live via Kuliah of Education YouTube channel. Ladies and gentlemen, to gain barakah and blessings for our event today, I would now like to call upon Al-Fadhil, Ustaz Dr. Ikram Muhammad from Kuliah of Education to lead the dua recitation. Falyatafaddal mashkur, Ustaz.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Al-Fatiha. Ar-Rahmanir-Rahim. Maliki yawmiddin. Suratul ladzina an'amta 'alaihim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma salli wa sallim wa barik ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man tabi'ahu bi ihsanin ila yaumiddin. Allahumma ighfir lana dhunubana wa liwalidina warhamhum kama rabbawna shighara wa li jami'il muslimina wal muslimat wal mu'minina wal mu'minati al ahya'i minhum wal amwat bi rahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. اللهم افتح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا من خزائن رحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم إنا نسألك من الخير كله عاجله وآجله ما علمنا منه وما لم نعلم ونعوذ بك من الشر كله عاجله وآجله ما علمنا منه وما لم نعلم. اللهم وفقنا لما تحبه وترضاه. اللهم إنا نسألك التوفيق والسلامة والصحة والعافية في الدين والدنيا والآخرة وخصوصا مجلسنا اليوم يا رب العالمين. ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب. اللهم إن الضحاء ضحاؤك والبهاء بهاؤك والجمال جمالك والقوة قوتك والعصمة عصمتك والقدرة قدرتك. اللهم إن كان رزقنا في السماء فأنزله، وإن كان في الماء والبحر فأطلع، وإن كان في البحر وأطلع، وإن كان حراما فطهره، وإن كان قليلا فكثره، وإن كان كثيرا فبارك لنا فيه بحق ضحائك وبهائك وجمالك وقوتك وقدرتك. آتنا ما أتيت به عبادك الصالحين. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار، وأدخلنا الجنة مع الأبرار برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم اختم لنا بحسن الخاتمة ولا تختم علينا بسوء الخاتمة. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون، وسلام على المرسلين، والحمد لله رب العالمين. قبل الله منكم. Thank you.
Thank you, Ustaz Dr. Ikram. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme for this symposium is education with Rahmah in the context of multicultural society. In the light of the efforts towards intercultural understanding, the Toyota Foundation Research Grant project, namely the Global Emphatic Multicultural GEM Takramono project, COED is hosting a symposium that brings together Japan, Indonesia, and Malaysia, experts and teachers in sharing their expertise, experiences, and cultural understanding in humanizing education. While Japan and Indonesia have their own wealth of experiences and knowledge in holistic education, Malaysia's adoption of falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan has its fair share as well. The symposium is a follow-up to the recent event organized by Kuliah of Education, that is the 20 years of Sejahtera Symposium, leading towards the IIUM 40th anniversary celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the greatest pleasure to invite Honorable Professor Dr. Nolida Abu Qasim, Dean of Kuliah of Education, to deliver her address.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Associate Professor Dr. Faiza Idrus, for the introduction to the symposium, and also to Dr. Ikram for the doa. I firstly would like to welcome all delegates to the symposium, specifically to our guests, Prof. Tatang from Indonesian University of Education. Thank you so much for coming, and you've brought with you our respected teachers back there. Thank you so much. Yes, so welcome. I would also like to welcome our other guests. I'm sorry that Prof. Ryoko and the other delegates are not here yet. They're stuck in the traffic. It's very unfortunate in Malaysia when it rains, everything seems to stop. Okay. So we'd like to welcome you to the symposium. So thank you so much. Our delegates from our University College Mawib International, okay, doctors, associate professors, and welcome to the symposium. Thank you so much for coming. Okay, and our representative from IIM School, our CEO, Tuan Haji Kaharudin, the principals, Madam Adibah, sorry, for the from Educare. All right, so welcome. And also Prof. Rosnani, who I see is online. Okay, she was with us for a very long time with education and still supporting education, and also members of the Kuliah and everyone else who are either directly or indirectly connected to the symposium. I bid you welcome, and I hope that you have, those of you who are from abroad, you have a pleasant stay in Malaysia. Don't forget to eat the Malaysian food. Okay, and also I hope that you will enjoy the warm hospitality of the Malaysian people despite the rain. Okay. I have a bit of slide to introduce you to the Kuliah of Education, on what are some of the things that we have done. But before that, I think to talk about education with Rahmah. What I noticed is that, I lived in Japan for 2 years. I lived basically in Tokyo from 1995 to 1997. And I think with education, it has to be a very holistic approach, meaning that it's not just early childhood education, or it's not just elementary, it's not just secondary or tertiary, but it's the whole society. All right, it's the whole society. And this is something that I noticed, that respect for others begins at home. All right, and young children are taught at a very young age. Before they go to kindergarten, they can go to kindergarten at the age of 2, but they have to be toilet trained before they are sent. So that's why my daughter never went, because we're not used to that kind of culture, but I see that the discipline, the steadfastness in holding on to the culture, respect for each other, and in Japan, you can walk on the street by yourself and nobody will disturb you, right? It's one of the safest cities in the world. And you'll find a group of boys and a group of girls, they are standing and chatting side by side, but they do not, they do not show any disrespect to each other. And they don't just, we have this kind of problems sometimes, with young people. They tend to make you feel uncomfortable, but I don't see that happening actually in Japan. So, and also I think the attitude towards work, I remember that I would throw garbage at the, a designated place. And when the garbage man comes and collect, they look so clean and with their white uniform, and the place where the garbage was is, you wouldn't think that there was garbage there before. So when we talk about education, it's actually not just, it's not just school, it's not just early childhood, it's actually the entire society. It's everybody. And I hope that, we want to start this education with Rahmah. We start with children at a very young age. And we hope that this would permeate through. So I hope that probably one of the other things that we may want to think about doing would be to think about how to tackle parents. All right, how to tackle parents, how to tackle tertiary level, so that the transformation can be more comprehensive, and we can achieve what we set to achieve, inshallah. Okay? So I think this is something which is very important, that we have to follow through, not just from in the early childhood education, but because socialization is not just in the kindergarten, it's in the house, it's in the home, it's also with peers, and then when you go to school and so on. So I hope that the team would think about for future research and so on, how to carry this through the elementary to the secondary school and also to tertiary. Okay, so inshallah. So that's my thoughts about education with Rahmah. All right. I cannot talk very much about early childhood education because my area is in assessment. So maybe we can talk about assessment in early childhood education. But I like to introduce the kuliah a little bit, since we are also, I have a bit of time, I think, yeah, Dr. Mastura? Yes. Okay. So I like to just share with everyone what the kuliah of education is all about. So I hope that, with this small presentation, that you would consider to have some collaborations with the kuliah members. Okay, our teachers from Indonesia, our teachers from Japan, from Abin. Oh, I'm sorry. Welcome. Okay. All right. So and maybe other participants who are on online. As Dr. Mastura? Yeah, yes, please welcome. Yes, yes, thank you. Okay, all right. So you can see my screen, right? At the moment? Okay. I'm very sorry that you got stuck in the jam. Yeah, but welcome. Okay, I'm just introducing the Kuliah of Education to everybody. So this is our building basically. Now, for those of you who have never seen the Kuliah of Education, we used to have this lovely river right, but now because of some development upstream, so most of that river is now covered with a lot of sediments. Okay, so we hope that that would be cleared soon and we will have our beautiful river and pond back. Okay, so I will not go through the chart, but I would like to mention that the Kuliah of Education has about 62 staff altogether, academic staff, and about 20 administrative staff. We also have a number of units within the Kuliah. Okay, and these are the office bearers for 2021 August to 2023 July. Okay, so Dr. Mastura, as you can see, is actually the Deputy Dean for postgraduate members of the Kuliah. Now, the Kuliah's main achievement for 2021-2022, recently we had a symposium, 20 years of Sejahtera Symposium. So this symposium is a follow-up to the 20 years of Sejahtera Symposium. If you see the logo, that was the logo that we launched in the last symposium. The Kuliah also had recently established the IIUM Measurement, Evaluation and Testing Center, which is a center that looks into assessment for the Kuliah. It also provides services for outside entities. We have also established a Council of Assessment for Islamic Education. Now, this Council of Assessment for Islamic Education, the members of the council made up of the directors of the Majlis Agama Islam Negeri. How do you translate that into English? The the religious council. Yeah, the religious state departments in Malaysia. So we feel that this is one of our greatest achievement because it is something that we are doing for schools that are not under the purview of the Ministry of Education, and we are trying very much to help them, not only in assessment, but also in terms of pedagogy. So we also recently, we won the Best Kuliah Award in 2021. We won second place for Best Kuliah Award in 2022. Although we have only 62 academic staff in comparison to some Kuliah that actually have about more than 200 staff. So this was the symposium that we had. So we had speakers from New Zealand, we had from Korea, and also online from Australia, and also from UNESCO. Okay, so all right, so the other achievements that we had is the development of an application for mental health, which won first prize. And then we had a conference recently, okay? And we had other seminars and so on, okay? So, and we actually had about 6 top 50 contributors to IIM research performance. So 6 coming from the Kuliah. So I think this is also one of the greatest achievements that we have as a Kuliah in terms of research and publication. If you look at over here, this is the Kuliah of Education. We are very small, but we have about 1,000 postgraduate students enrolled with the Kuliah. And the next one, which is the Kuliah of IRKHS, I'm not quite sure which one it is. They have about 200 staff, but their students are about 1,300. So we are 300 short of that Kuliah, but we have only 62 staff, academic staff. And that Kuliah has about 200 staff. So the Kuliah of Education, I must say that is one of the preferred faculty for education. So I hope that those of you who have yet to continue your postgraduate study, you would consider to come and join us, inshallah. Okay. So we also have a series of what we call the Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan series. Okay, so Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan is the national education philosophy which drives the education policy in Malaysia. So we are the champion for that flagship. So we had a series of webinars for that. And we also had other webinars. So you can see that the Kuliah of Education, they're very active. So we welcome co-organizers for any future webinars that you have in mind. Okay. And we also do quite a bit of training, for our staff, for upskilling and so on. All right. So we also, write in for the newspaper. We hope that we will write more, inshallah. So I hope at the end of the symposium, we'll read, I think maybe in 1 week's time or 2 weeks' time, something about education with Rahmah, inshallah. Okay, which can be contributed by Prof. Natang, Dr. Mastura, and our colleague from Japan. Okay, so we are also, so this is part of our flagship program, which is headed by Associate Professor Dr. Suhaila Hussein. You see that we are pretty active. So this is part of the community engagement that the Kuliah is doing. So if you anyone is interested to collaborate with us on any community engagement project, you are most welcome. You can visit our website to see the people that you want to link with, okay? Or you can you can also directly write to my office if you don't know who to contact, all right? For any of either is community engagement projects or research and so on and so forth. Okay, so I think that's all that I can share for now. I'm truly sorry that Prof. Yoko still have not managed to get out of the. Oh, she has arrived. Okay, all right. Okay, so I pass this back to our MC. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Dr. Nolida, for the introduction to Kuliah of Education. And I take this opportunity to welcome Prof. Ryoko to our symposium. And now I have the pleasure to invite Associate Professor Dr. Mastura Badziz, Regional Coordinator for the GEM Project Malaysia, to deliver her plenary talk entitled The Journey of Education with Rahmah, Its Concept and Framework.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to everyone. Dr. Kanako, Pak Tatang, my counterpart in this research. I can't believe that you are here in this Senate Hall. Okay, Prof. Dean, thank you very much. And all participants, participants here and then also outside there, online. Alhamdulillah, I was given this opportunity. Something that I really appreciate when we got the Toyota Foundation grant. I mean, you know, because due to respecting diversity, we are allowed to do things, you know, that relate to our culture. In other words, although we are different from Indonesia, from Japan, different religion, different practices, different culture, you know, but we are still can do things under the name of respecting diversity and equality of opportunity. So today, I was given this opportunity. I'm given this opportunity to present about something about our journey of education with Rahmah. Education with Rahmah, this one actually is in the context of Malaysia. Okay, before I embark further, we all know that education is an important tool in generating a paradigm shift in each individual, producing dynamic, productive people in all aspects of life. And we all know and understand that education is the key in developing character. Education is the key in building social and life skills. And indeed, education is the key in decorating one's career. Education defines everything that is required to lead a life, and it plays a central role in any country's pursuit of academic growth and national development. I took this presentation, which was presented by Assistant Professor Dr. Kanako Kusanagi from, she's here with us today. Okay, this is the first, when we first presented this on the 28th of October, 2022 to Toyota Foundation and also other counterparts online. So as you all can see, basically, it's all started due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, because we got the grant, during the pandemic. So everyone understands that this COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted the way we live, learn, work, and communicate. So therefore, we feel that building an inclusive, multicultural, and resilient society are among common challenges among Indonesia, Malaysia, and Japan. I mean, we share almost the same problems. And therefore, we found and we realized that there is a gap between the current education provides and what our children need. So this project, the GEM project, this project aims to nurture empathic, responsible, and engaged global citizens by providing children with dialogue and collaboration opportunities. Through participatory approach, we recruit parents and community members to join in a dialogue and collaboration with children to solve local issues. So, among the activities of this project is that we design local global citizenship project, holistic education with participatory design. We exchange practice among the 3 countries. We try to make educational resources for teachers in 3 countries. In other words, this project actually is community-based project, something like our contribution to the society, because we are in agreement that when you are doing research, the results or the benefit of the research must go back to the society. It's not only necessarily to be as academician to be written as article in a journal without really having a benefit to the society. And among the purpose of this project, as written there, to narrow academic learning to holistic learning. And among the important thing also to respect children's view, looking from children's perspective, the voice of children, and then character building, as well as fostering students' initiative based on developmental level rather than disciplining or scolding them, and a continuity between school and society. At the same time, we feel that it is necessary and it is very crucial for us to empower students, teachers, and community. So basically, every time when we talk about Japanese education system, I think we heard about Tokasu, right? So we are in agreement that the feature of this project is that it does not regard Japanese schools as a model to learn from, but we only borrow its structure of Tokasu for designing social activities. Why? Because we are from different countries, and then each of the country has its own strength and have some weaknesses perhaps. And then so we want to learn from each other. And then and therefore the Indonesian and Malaysian research teams, we interact with the schools to discuss, to design activities collaboratively that foster citizenship tailored to local conditions. And indeed, researchers from, me, Dr. Kanako and Pak Tatang, Prof. Tatang, we feel that we have to play a role in connecting the school network and learn together with children. I remember when we went to Bandung last month, Pak Tatang said that I feel shy towards children because there are a lot of things that we can learn from them if we know how to respect them, if we listen to their voice, if we give them opportunity to express their feeling, to convey their ideas, to convey the messages. And then, so the aim here is to foster acceptance, empathy, respect, social awareness, curiosity, and inquiry. Then finally, the launching of Gem Takaromono. Takaromono means gem in Japanese language, Prof. Yeah, so that's what we call, you put there Takaromono. Okay, it's gem, permata. Okay, but it's a short form of, okay, at the same time of our project. Okay, it was launched in November 2020. Okay, because our project started officially on the 1st November 2020. And then it's going to end by the end of this year in October. Okay. Inshallah. Okay, yes. All right. And then basically, like I said just now, in Japan, Japanese education system is, the Tokasu. And then for Malaysia, we think about we have our philosophy of a national philosophy of education, but the issue is that how to execute this national philosophy. We have the curriculum, we have the theories, we have everything comprehensive, but the issue is related to the execution. And then we need to determine better strategies in developing empathic adults, that I name it as education with Rahmah. And today I'm going to elaborate about what education with Rahmah is all about. And then for Indonesia, they also have, particularly in Bandung, For Sunda, maybe in the afternoon, Pak Tatang will talk about this, the Masagi curriculum, but also the same. They are also thinking about how to execute this curriculum. So basically, okay, talking about education from the Islamic worldview, looking into the Islam is our here in Malaysia is the official religion. So we have three different meanings. I mean, inclusive ta'lim, the process of education that is based on teaching and learning, or in other words, the process of transferring knowledge. Then the tarbiyah, the process of education that give emphasis on physical and intellectual development of an individual. And the third one is the ta'dib, which is character building. And then we can see that this is practiced in Japan, in which they focus on the character building, and the tarbiyah and ta'lim become number 2 and 3. The most important thing is the character building first. Okay, and this make the whole process. So what is education with Rahmah, and why I come out with this Rahmah? Actually, Rahmah is an Arabic term that brings several meaning, including mercy, tenderness, kindness, compassion. And these terms are the most important pillars and foundations of education. The heart of parents and teachers should be filled with rahmah and affection. Then only the children will learn how to portray love to others. Because children learn through observation. Children need role models. And rahmah cannot be taught in a manner of fear and cruelty. And children learn about rahmah through role model. So this is one of the, something that we, the newsletter translated into Japanese language, what is the meaning of education with rahmah, the rahmah, okay? What is the aim? The aims of education with rahmah is to spread the behavior of mercy from both theoretical and practical sides within all elements in an education system, whether it is the human elements in its dealings or the moral elements in its content. And then in terms of the outcomes, I believe that through the education with rahmah, we will be able to produce a wise or hikmah person, a person with a character that can achieve balance between self and personal relationships. And through education with rahmah also, we should be able to develop a generation that committed with a sense of responsibility and concern about others. And indeed, when I read about Ikigai, the philosophy of Japanese people, Ikigai, something that gives a person a sense of purpose or a reason for living. You need to say that when you wake up in the morning, you feel like you want to be someone that benefit others. It is in line with the Islamic perspective, in which there is hadith, our prophet saying, which means that khairun nas anfa'uhum linnas, the best of people are those that bring the most beneficial to people. This is very interesting because we are in line. So that's why I may say that I can see the Islamic practices in Japan. Although, for example, like in Malaysia or maybe in Indonesia, we have the theories, we have the knowledge. Unfortunately, the practices, I don't want to say anything because everyone can observe, okay, can make a reflection. If we reflect, when you talk about punishment, for example, when we start to understand the meaning of rahmah, even when a child made mistake, when our students made mistake, but of course, maybe, okay, instead of reinforcement, they might need to be punished. But punishment with rahmah is different from punishment with anger. Rahmah in education is applied in both the mean and its end. the approaches and the outcomes all together. And this is in line with a Quranic quotation which stated, and we have sent you not but as a mercy to all the world. So this is Rahmah. And Rahmatan lil Alamin. Okay, after this, when we tour IIUM, we can see this is among our slogan in IIUM. Yes, Rahmatan lil Alamin, meaning to say that we bring mercy to the world for International Islamic University. Okay. Okay. What are the concepts of education with Rahmah? Again, I find it based on my readings, based on my observation. Okay, Ryoko Sensei, if I made a mistake, please correct me. Okay, because in Japan, you have what we call as Mitoru, understand the child, right, Prof. Nambu? Okay, and teacher is to improve Mitoru skills to study and understand the social changes which are reflected in the environment of the child. And again, it's in line with Islamic perspective in which there is hadith from our Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, "Man kana lahu sabiyan falyatasabba lahu." Those who have a child should act like a child for the sake of the child. And then, if we refer to our prominent Muslim scholar, Imam Al-Ghazali, if you read about the Tokasu, the Mitoru, it's again the same. Because Imam Al-Ghazali suggested and talked about the concept of master pupils. What is the concept of master pupils? Is to observe children, to understand them, to look from their perspective. You see? And then according to Imam Al-Ghazali, he said that teachers should show kindness and sympathy to the students and treat them as his own children. And then this is what our Prophet said, "I am for you what a father is for his children." And a teacher is to dissuade his students from evil ways with care and caution, with sympathy and not with rebuke and harshness. And this is what mercy is all about. And yet, perfect honors with the students, according to Al-Ghazali, not to teach with an intention of getting rewards and thanks from others. And this is what is practiced in Japan. And then always observing the moral and discipline of students indirectly and not directly, and with love, again, with love and not hatred. At the same time, there is also, again, Prophet saying, "Khatibun nas ala qadri uqulihim." You need to talk to people according to their level of understanding. Talk to people according to their level of understanding, meaning to say that the developmental milestone is very crucial. We need to know to whom that we are talking to. Because our Prophet said, when someone tells the people what they do not understand, we talk to children about something which is abstract, we force them to read, well, this is actually something which is abstract, the A, B, C, D, E. They don't understand what A, B, C, D, E, the symbol, yet to reach to that level. Then our Prophet said that when someone tells that the people that what they do not understand, it becomes a cause of evil for them. Another concept of education with Rahmah that I try to dig out from the observation and also reading is learning by doing. Again, it's in line with the concept of Tokasu. Because learning is the acquisition of a habitus. This is according to Ibn Khaldun. Also among our prominent Muslim scholar, he read a book, Muqaddimah, an introduction. He said that learning must be something can be practiced. Bil mubasharah. And following methods of direct observation, bil muayana, meaning learning by doing. And the formation of a habitus initially requires continuous repetition until the form is fixed. Then going to the next concept of education with Rahmah is socialization and cooperative learning, which is also the concept in Tokasu. The foundation of the acquisition of good character during childhood is very crucial. And this process will go through by observation, and Al-Ghazali named it as al-mushahada and companionship al-musahaba. And children during this process would attentively learn through what they see and listen. And this is in line with the Harvard University research when they found out that 83% of learning occurred through observation. Meaning to say that when we say something, but what the children see is different from what we say, then they don't learn, because they learn 83%. This is according to Harvard University research. And then I try to put this Rahmah in acronym. Rahmah means reflection, because we learn a lot of things every time after we do activities with children, after we do exchange program with teachers, we always do reflection. And reflection is something which is encouraged, and something like, as a Muslim, we call it muhasabah. We learn from our mistakes. Making a mistake actually, because as a human, we made a mistake. And then we cannot run away from mistake. But the most important is that we do reflection. We learn from the mistakes, the reflection. And then appropriateness, appropriate to the level of children. Talk to people in accordance to their level of understanding, according to our Prophet's companion, Sayyidina Ali, radiallahu anhu. And then the most important in children's life, in student life, in teachers' life, in everyone's life is happiness. Happiness. Happiness in education. We found that there are research which stated that children didn't want to go to school. Why? Because they are not happy going to school. Why they are not happy going to school? Then when there is no happiness in school, in life, there is no Rahmah. There is no mercy. There is no compassion. And at the same time, M here means mindfulness. You're aware of what we are doing. And in Islam we call it as muraqabah. We aware ourselves, self-awareness, self-determination, and awareness about the right of children by looking from their perspective. So that's why in our research, we have things like, voice of children. And this is also among the things that lead into why we come out with the empathy kit that is going to be launched soon, this morning. And then the last one is H, humbleness. When I was in Japan, Yoko Sensei and Nambo Sensei, thank you for accompanying me. Something that I feel like I learned a lot is, I remember when we were in Haramachi school, which is near to Fujiyama. Yeah, there was a teacher from, there was an officer from Ministry of Education, right? They come to do something, some sort like observation, some sort like what we in here in Malaysia we call Nazir, come to school. What the teachers expect when Nazir come to school here in Malaysia? I just want to ask. We have people from Ministry of Education. Thank you, Dr. Adil, because you are coming. We have here teachers, from Ministry of Education, officers from Ministry of Education. Then coincidentally, when I was there in school, there was a Nazir coming. And then I asked him, are you coming to do some sort like auditing, assessing? You know what the Nazir told me? He said, I come here to learn. The humbleness. I come here to learn because I work at the office. The teachers know what they are doing because they are involved in practical things. They are dealing with students. I need to learn from them. This is what we mean by humbleness. We learn from each other. There is no competition. There is no such thing as I'm better than you. Right? The humbleness. Tawaduk. And for Malaysia, in Malaysia, we try to do some activities of education with Rahmah, okay, in which when we are talking about the journey of education with Rahmah, the main important thing is that we try to execute the plan of national education philosophy, the principle of holistic development of individuals through education, which is firmly based on values centered on the belief in God. Because in Malaysia, okay, even though we are multicultural society, all of us have a concept of belief in God. And we try to determine better strategies in creating an empathic adult, or so-called education with Rahmah in the context of multicultural society. Implement the process of teaching empathy to children through play and global citizenship education practices, and also to promote understanding in multicultural society. So we kickstart our study, our research, by conducting a baseline study and situational analysis. We begin with the group interviewing with teachers, school administrators, and parents. We ask them about what are their beliefs on value-based education. What are their beliefs on holistic education? What are their beliefs on humanizing education? And then the teachers who are coming today from Seri Abim, from IIUM Educare, and also from Setiabudi, IIUM Setiabudi. Thank you very much for participating as our samples in this project. I don't know how to thank all of you. So the teachers' reaction to the exposure on value-based education, and also we ask them about the current practices. And of course, these are among the results that we get. The implementation of value-based education, how to. The issue here is how. We have the national education philosophy. We have the curriculum. It's all about values, but the how, we don't have the how, was not really clear. And issues on psychosocial well-being, parents' expectation, academic monitoring. So these are among the challenges, the main challenges that we face. To the extent sometimes we forget to talk about character building. And it is very sad. So these are among the local education with Rahmah, or with Rahmah education for empathy webinar series, for example, we have conducted before. Education activities for Malaysian teachers, parents, and communities to foster global citizenship and as an endeavor to solve local issues. Another thing, we also involved in workshop and training series or educational activities between 3 countries. Almost monthly we meet. We don't realize, Prof. Tatang and Dr. Kanako, we don't realize we meet monthly online. And finally,
Dr. Mastura, you have 3 more minutes.
All right, sure. Thank you. And then, and among the research activities also is the development of mindset change module, which is actually we are going to also to launch today. Unfortunately, this is something related to the printing, but that's fine. And then we distribute questionnaires on teachers' awareness on mental health problem among young children. Okay, we develop the development and implementation of virtual empathic kit module, which will be launched soon. Okay, at about 11 today. And then we provide real insight and solution for the 3 schools involved in the pilot project in implementing and sustaining value-based education. So, and this is based on this inductive analysis, we came out with the Education with Rahmah framework. Basing the national education philosophy is the basis, underpin, and then action, the attitude and belief, the behavior, the action, the mindset change is very important. So that's why after we conducted the interview with the teachers, we conducted a training for the teachers. We conducted a series of training for teachers, and then we apply and implement our mindset change module, because if you want people to do something without mindset change, we cannot do anything. And this mindset change is a continuous process. So, and then from here, it's go into belief, the uniqueness, because we are talking about character building. We are going to talk about lesson study. In other countries, when you talk about lesson study, in many countries, they talk about subject matters. What are the pedagogical skills? What are the method of teaching? But in Japan, Prof. Nambo is with us. He will share with us in the afternoon what lesson study is all about. This is something that we need to learn from them. And in terms of practices, the most important thing is empathy. We try to put ourselves into other people's shoes. And this is from the emotional perspective. I mean, the psychological perspective in terms of the affective part, the empathy, and perspective taking. In many situations, people tend to fight. People tend to argue. People don't want to listen because they don't have the perspective taking. They don't try to think from the perspective of other people. We don't respect people. So that's why sometimes we feel like we are the best. Our ideas is the best. Then this is what Education with Rahmah is all about. We want to bring the mercy. We want to tell the world about the mercy. The most important is the sustainable well-being that lead and the sustainability of Education with Rahmah. I think that's all for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mastura, for keeping with time. And I would like to invite one question from the audience because we have to, after this, we are going to have a coffee break. And then at 11, we are going to have our plenary too. So one question, if you have from the audience. Anyone? Perhaps later, if you have any question, you would like to directly pose the question to Dr. Mastura. So with that, thank you so much, Dr. Mastura.
Yes. One question.
Yes.
I'm just sorry. I'm just wondering, because there's lots of engagement, not just with the children, but also with the parents and the community. So, what did you what are the findings that you got from the parents on this?
Sorry. For Malaysia in particular, because we are very new, this is only a pilot. But actually, what we believe that we are educating parents through their kids. So what I mean by educating parents through their kids, When we say that we want to educate parents, of course, parents will get mad. But when we are educating their kids and then the kids have a mindset change and do something at home, and there is a continuation between home and school, then indirectly we are educating parents actually. Okay. And then when the kids come to school and then ask us, then we tell, okay, the situation is like this.
It's not that the parents will undo what the children learn in school. Because I think in some Tahfiz school, or that they want to keep the children at the hostel and do not allow them to go back home, because they don't want whatever that is being taught in school is actually being undone in the house. I'm just curious. I hope that that process will happen. Yes, inshallah.
Thank you, Prof, for the question. And let's take a break. We are going to have a coffee break, and all of you are invited to the banquet hall opposite of this room for a quick 20-minute break. And we will come back about 2 to 3 minutes before 11. All right, thank you. Enjoy your coffee. Please, everyone, can everyone please adjourn if you want to the banquet hall?
Dr. Tim. Saya pun tak tahu. Cuba tanya Dr. Tim. Berapa Mar? Masa ni ada. Masa ni ada. Ada. Masa
Lepas ni nak tu.
Ha? Oh nak play tu. Ada lagu negara tu.
Tak ada. Pukul 10:55 atau 57 lah. 10:57 kita mainkan. Mak kena kuat memang pulang.
Mana ni?
Mari.
Oh, dah ambil dah. Tadi dia dah ambil
So, okay. Look.
So kita punya flow tu macam semalam lah cakap kan. Kita punya sign buku tu depan ni. Lepas tu lepas sign buku, nanti duduk, dia orang nak flip buku tu online. Lepas tu montage.
Maksudnya macam dah duduk baru ada flip-flip buku.
Lepas tu montage, lepas tu baru MOU.
So, serah buku tu pun semua kat depan juga lah kan?
Audio ni kita ni. Dia apa yang bicara dia? Tak boleh. Yang share set-set. Nanti kau share set-set.
Ladies and gentlemen, ini bukan tetapi.
Aku punya script lah, kau tengok tak? Sebelah, itu sebab kena stopkan.
Siapa yang tak stop?
Okay, sebab
Aku dah buat kan laptop tu dah. Baik. Ani. Ya. Tapi macam nak marah kan. Tadi Tansi punya dengan icon tu online eh? Dah. Online eh? Online. Dia nak tanya. Tansi punya sampai 20 minit ya sampai 10-20. Tapi tu dia dengar, jadi kena ya. Dia nak tengah makan apa tu? Makan apa? Minum. Oh. Oh. Jadi ni dia terus cakap ni. Asal kau zoom kat aku tu ni. Lan, ada main lagu apa-apa tak ada? Tapi kalau adik kata tak ada kan? Okay, bagi brand talk dia. Alright.
Toilet tak? Nak pergi toilet boleh kita. Kita invite dia ke UCMI. Oh, Prof. Nawawi, Tansi dengan Lepo.
Dia ada balik army ke apa?
Kenapa?
Muka dia kurang kan?
Kau ni marah hari dah.
Macam mana dia letak bawah ni lah ni? Dia pakai skirting lah tu ya. Nampak lah pelak-pelak.
Bila dia orang nak letak easel tu kat depan ni? Masa bila?
Apa?
Dia orang nak ada sign.
Itu yang benda tu tak nampak lagi.
Itulah sebab apa? Ah, lepas Tan Sri cakap kita ada 1 or 2 question and answer, lepas tu kita nak invite dia sign tu.
Bila dah habis Q&A tu, itu final media untuk okay now for next agenda, bila cut terus all question. For next agenda, kita go for the launching ni. So terus
Mic tak payah kot, mic tak apa.
Kalau misalnya kan, it should be here somewhere, but I don't see it anywhere.
Tapi masa masuk pun benda tu tak ada.
Memang tak ada,
Launching baru
tapi
kita buat keluar.
at least benda tu ada kat depan.
Ya, benda tu
Mana?
saya malam saya cakap saya makan terus.
Senang cerita.
Ready? That's the thing.
I don't see it. Oh Tuhan.
Kita nampak kan dia. Tapi kan dia tak pakai kamera, dia pakai kamera. Sebab ni kalau duduk ni tengah-tengah memang untuk ambil slanting sikit sini membuntuk. Dia pula nak sign ni. Ni okey. Tak kasi dulu.
Standby.
Dia punya marker sebenarnya ada tak?
Dah.
Marker dia mana? Buka dulu. Buka dah siap. Tambahan. Terbopak kan?
Aku bukan sampai live dah. Oh, ya sudah tu.
Yang kat surat tu ada sign.
Dia cini-cini ke dia siap buku? Oh, ya. Dah. Boleh makan dulu. Dia baru nak makan? Janganlah. Dia baru je tu. Kita tanya. Okey.
Ada Naim.
Dah. Dah ada nama dah. Kita lepas pada... Oh, macam tu kau. Macam mana kita? Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to play the safety video for 2 minutes before we start. All right, no need. Alhamdulillah, ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the short break. How was the soto? Was it okay? I hope it's okay. Tan Sri kata okay, okay lah tu. All right, so we are now at our plenary 2. So before that, I would like to welcome Professor Marcus Tan Sri for being with us today. And of course, we are indeed very fortunate to have him to speak to us on humanizing education as the core in holistic education. And after that, if you have any question, we are going to take in 1 or 2 questions, yeah? So with that, Tan Sri.
Thank you very much, Faiza. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. Greeting of peace and a very good morning. I would like to first of all welcome all our colleagues from Japan and also from Indonesia and from elsewhere. Indeed, it is a pleasure to have you here, and particularly is this in after 2 years of this COVID confinement. At least we see other people from different places and start to work with each other again. I also want to particularly acknowledge our colleagues from Japan. I didn't know that we have got a long-term relationship since How many years ago, Rosdani? You are? Yeah. And it surfaced now, and I hope we can keep on doing the work together, inshallah. I think that the purpose is the same. Education everywhere else has the same common sort of a purpose. And that purpose, I think, needs to leverage. For our university, we have come to this term called humanizing education, particularly when we look at what education has been. Education, from my point of view, sometimes I sound very hard, has been anything but human. We talk about technology, we talk about science, we talk about everything else. Somehow or other, the human factor does not come in. If it comes in, it comes in at the very last point when everything is done. And then suddenly you say, well, where's the human being? And even now, it's not a human being, it's a human capital. So these are the critical issues that I personally, I may not represent the university, Nurlida may not agree with me, that's okay. But, but I'm going to say what I'm going to say anyway, because I think this is something that we need to talk about. If we can agree on something, then I think we need to move on. So I've been given this difficult topic, humanizing education as a core of holistic education. And I'm not an educationist. I am a pharmacist. Somehow or other, I land up in this place. So I only learn about education on the job for the last 40 years or so. So there may be some gaps. I apologize for that. I would like to go into a very simple definition. Why is the slide not changing, Faiza? My slide changed and the one on the top. Huh?
Okay, that's it.
I use the button. I use this arrow button. Okay, anyway, it's up there. Can you remove that picture of that guy speaking? It's spoiling my slides. Holistic learning to me is essentially an education for the whole person or the learner. Now, this whole concept, I think, is a rather new concept. When you talk about WHO, they talk about everything: whole community, whole institution, whole government, whole society, but they don't talk about whole person. So I want to introduce this idea of a whole person. How do you essentially give education to the whole person, not part of the person, not the brain, not the hand, not part of the body, but the whole entirety? And how do you do this? Yeah? And I thought I wanted to do this because there's a nice quotation for me, that education is not a preparation for life. Education is life in itself. And we learned this from the pandemic. Yeah? Suddenly we find that educated people cannot cope with the pandemic. I thought we were educated. I thought we know how to manage life, but somehow or other that is missing. And it's more clear for the students when they're locked down. They got into depression, mental health. Some of them go to suicide. In other words, they do not know how to manage life. And I just wonder, where have we gone wrong? They know how to make life. They know how to make a living. They have got good livelihood, but they do not know how to make life in general. I'm talking in general. Yeah. So I thought you need to belabor a little bit what you mean by this whole person. And the whole is greater than the sum of its part. And I think this is very important for me, because unless we put this together, then you will not get the holistic picture. And this is what the holistic learning or education is all about. So as I was trying to define it, and I see education, when you talk about the whole person, at least there are 4 dimensions that we need to talk about. One is the intellectual part, one is the physical part, one is the emotional part, and one is the spiritual. And I picked this because it has some alignment with our own philosophy. It's a whole philosophy of education. And then I think once you click the whole person, then we know how he or she will perform in the society at large in terms of the community work, environment, their relationship, and whatever else that you give them, right? Now, the way education is done now, at least in Malaysia, we are compartmentalizing. Everything is siloed, and then we try to combine it at the end of the day, and we do not get the whole person. We basically, what I say here, just to Itu yang bawah tu, it's supposed to be the word reductionist education. Rather than a holistic education, we get a very compartmentalized reductionist education. Yeah? So that's where my starting point is. And I'm trying to develop this when I look at other ways of looking at it. It is my own experience. I'm old enough to talk about this. Some of you may not have gone through this. When I started my schooling, it wasn't anything that is structured. It is about play, it's about working with nature, it's about working with adults, you know. The breadth of education or the breadth of quote unquote learning that I got is not very structured. So for example, when I go and do my Islamic studies with a guru, after then I have to work for them. I have to clean their house, I have to do some work as a kind of a payback. You know, you just don't walk out and say, or even say thank you and just walk out. I think it's very much like a Japanese thing. You try to pay back as much as possible, clean their house, the thing that you can do. And then after that, you go and run into the jungle, climb the trees, you know, chase a chicken, do whatever it is. But you're immersed in that environment, that you learn about the environment, that you learn also about things that is happening around you. And then you play with other students, other pupils, doesn't matter which race, which religion, a very, very open kind of, so that builds a character. But I don't see now this is happening. Yeah. We go to the school and we ask them, please draw me a chicken. They draw you a drumstick from KFC. They have not seen a chicken before. You know, when you talk about something else, they cannot connect. And anything with IT, they can connect. Anything with the environment, they cannot connect. Because our education, from my point of view, have been institutionalized. In our case, we have been colonized by the Western powers, and our education now has become something like very, very structured. Yeah. So as I go back into very traditional society, I heard a number of friends in Africa, and you see African, although we call them a dark continent, but in terms of education, they are there well before colonization takes place. The oldest university in Timbuktu was in Africa. Yeah, and they have not only oral language, they also have written language. These are the books that you can get now, and their education is never ending, what we call lifelong. Nothing new about lifelong. They've been doing it for a long time, and it's also on collectivism. It's not on individualism. There was an experiment. It was done. You know, they put some goodies around a tree, and they tell the school children, now you can run to the trees. Whoever comes first will take the goodies. The children hold their hands together and walk together and go to the tree and divide the goodies among themselves. They don't compete like we do now. You know? So those are the values that they've got, and those are the values that we are missing at the moment in time. And I think that's where education needs to rethink whether these are the things that we need to do. And they do that because of a value called Ubuntu. I will talk about Ubuntu a little bit more later. So this is where the dichotomy is when we talk about whole university and a whole sort of education, as it were. Next slides is not there. I have got my slides here. There's a disconnect between me and the slides. The next slide is about Bhutan. I've been to Bhutan, and I went to Bhutan, and as you know, Bhutan is part of the Himalaya punya mountains. Yeah, and unlike many countries that talk about GDP, Bhutan talk about G&H, gross national happiness. They don't measure productivity from money, they just measure productivity from happiness. And if you go to Bhutan, I wish we all can go to Bhutan, and you find that the place is very, very peaceful. Yeah? Very moderate. As you go out of the airport, you have a big billboard that says no hurry, no worry. Yeah. In our case, you say hurry, 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 worry, worry, worry. And theirs is different. They say no hurry, no worry. And 50 kilometers an hour maximum. You cannot move than that. Yeah. So, and they teach how to be happy. 45 minutes every day, they teach the students and their staff how to be happy. Since when we were taught to be happy? Yeah, and this is what Bhutan's education is all about. And therefore, when we talk about things like carbon negative, Bhutan is the only carbon negative country in the world now. They are not economically well but they are contributing to the world in the context of this, which is, I think, part of this education that we need to have when we talk about climate change and global. So these are the what you call the examples. I was wondering about how can we be different and how can we learn also from this group of people. We cannot do this because this is our education system, at least in Malaysia, right? Garbage in, garbage out kind of a thing. Okay, so you bring all these students and then they come out and we have got a one size fits all. So in our education system, everything sounds and looks the same. Even the designation, you have student, hal ehwal pelajar and alumni. That's all. Except for this university, we call this student development and community engagement. We don't care about hal ehwal pelajar and alumni. Otherwise, this is the designation that we got. If you don't have that designation, you are not a university. So everything in one size fits all, the curriculum, the pedagogy. My little understanding is in the moment you standardize things, that's where things begin to go wrong, because you miss the context. Yeah, you don't answer to your needs because it's somebody else's need. If this curriculum comes from Britain, then what has it got to do with me? Right? I need to change my curriculum into my context. Even between my university and another university, they could be different. My university and the Japanese university certainly is going to be different. We cannot be adopting the same thing all over the world. And this is what I think one of the issue of institutionalized education system. So we become like a factory now. Yeah, you call it university, but in actual fact, we are a factory. This is a factory that makes bread. We start with a flour, which is the first ingredient, and then you sell it to the market when it becomes a bread. You just change the title a little bit, then you get a university. Yeah, there's the first student that comes in. We don't call the students anymore. We call them customer because they pay. All right. And then at the end of the day, they call product because now they need to get a job. Yeah, the rest you can imagine what it's all about. We have got the quality control, quality exams. We've got a curriculum where all these modules been put together. We have got this conveyor belt, which is our classroom. Yeah, and we add on blah blah blah. At the end of the day, as far as Malaysia is concerned, they will say, "How marketable is your student?" Just like the bread. If the bread is not sold, then the bread is not good, then the factory needs to be closed down, or the manager needs to be changed. Yeah. So in our case, it's the same thing. I am asked to say my student must be 80% marketable. Yeah. Who buys them? I don't really care. It could be a drug addict. It could be whatever. As long as they are marketable and there's a market for them, that's okay. So we pen to the market. The market will tell us what to do, who to teach. And this is what I call the industrial-led sort of education, which is nothing wrong, but we have no say into this. Yeah, and this is again another issue that I will want to discuss with. So we become a factory, and we become a factory because we have got this dilemma that we are now facing through. I'm not an educationist, as I mentioned to you, so I always refer to this encyclopedia, which is very rich for me. And this encyclopedia starts with a dilemma. It says, education is a field sometimes beset by theories of the day, an easy panacea that overpromise the degree to which they can alleviate pressing educational problems. We have a lot of this problem, and we have a lot of promises, and none of these promises seems to be working well, right? Now, what is the theory of today? The theory of today is about human capital. And this book, there is an article called Human Capital Theory and Education. I'm very fascinated about this article. And he talks about, if you read somewhere around the middle here, it talks about our metaphor, all economic metaphors. Various economic metaphors such as technological change, research, innovation, productivity, education, competitiveness. These are all economic consideration. I just want to read the first para to you. It says this, that throughout Western countries, education has been recently re-theorized under the human capital theory as primarily an economic device. And this is why I say all the words that we use has got some economic underpinning at the end of the day. If there is none, then probably it is not acceptable. Economic capital theory is the most influential economic theory of the Western education. Unfortunately, we are doing Western education at the same time. Setting framework of government policies since 1990s, 1960s, sorry, it is increasingly a key determinant of economic performance. No wonder they talk about marketability. because it is about an economic performance rather than anything else. And the other statement here, it says, in the modern economic theory, all human behaviors are based on economic self-interest of the individuals operating within freely competitive market. Other form of behaviors are excluded or treated as a distortion of the model. So Islamic University, we want to say, okay, we want to put in Islamic value. They say, no, it will be a distortion of that model. Either you take it or you leave it. Yeah. And then we become, quote unquote, an Islamic university with this whole idea of human capital, economic self-interest, which is not the true Islamic ideals as far as that's concerned. So these are words that I think we need to start looking at. It's economic self-interest of the individual, even not the community in that particular case. So the human capital theory becomes a kind of a productivity theory, that you do repetitive work all the time. And I always say that teaching today is almost like teaching how to ride a bicycle. It could be you, it could be a monkey, it could be a dog, it could be an elephant. They will teach you and train you how to do this again and again and again as a kind of a repetitive thing. And at the end of the day, we come out to be a kind of an expert in a certain thing. And this comes out from my understanding from the Industrial Revolution of the 1700s. Yeah. When we talk about the Industrial Revolution, of course, we celebrate it, but we forgot to tell ourselves that it also degrades the earth. Look at the kind of smoke that comes out from the steam engine, right? And if there is not enough, we go into what you call mass production, more smokes, yeah? And all sorts of other gases come in. And now we complain about global warming, climate change. We created this 300 years ago, and now we have no solutions for this. And what sort of education is it? You create something and you cannot solve it, and you are now trying to talk about, you know, how to change the education system when it's already too late. So we say, okay, this is good. Now let's go into clean industry. Then we go into a clean industry, and this is what the clean industry looks like. No smoke, but everybody works like hell. Look at that. You know, these are all my stuff. You know, these are Norlida and friend trying to teach somebody. You know, and the product looks the same, yeah, because it's a mass production. It's a mass production. This is education to me. At the end of the day, it is called a revolution. It is a revolution, all right. But what sort of revolution is this? The revolution will tell us basically it's about power, it's about profit, it's about making money. It's not about the human being itself. The human being is just a part of the, you know, part of the process. So we want to now break into this and give back this humanizing thing, give back the power, the empowerment to the students, to the teachers, to the community, to decide what they want to do with the. I'm not saying the industry is not important, but we need to take the lead, not the industry per se, for economic interest alone, right? So I'm very sad when I look at this picture, you know, because this is what IUM is all about now. Pakai putih pula tu. Pakai topi haji, that's okay. So at the end of the day, this is our problem. All right, all this, I cut short the story. We have got a good earth at one point, everything works well, yeah. There's a balance between heat emitted and heat radiated, you know, and the world is a good world. Now suddenly the world has gone into this global warming, climate change. I think the Japanese understand this better because you are very, very much into this, in terms of the sustainable development. Now the world gets heated, right? And we are now trying to solve this through education, but the education system itself is already up the creek. So we have got this word called anthropogenic greenhouse. In other words, we are the one that caused this. Human beings are the one that caused this. It's not the technology, it's not anything else but us. And meaning to say that our education is not complete if we are causing a problem of this nature. So I'm going to start with that assumption that human being, and I think research has shown that a lot of this studies show that we are the one, how human activities are the one that cause it. Climate change is a good example. Yeah, this is slightly dated, 2015. It's a human influence on climate change is clear. The more we disrupt our climate, the more we risk severe, pervasive, and irreversible impact. Yeah, if we move beyond 20 degrees centigrade, we will go into irreversible mode, and we will not be able to survive. We have the means to limit climate change and build a more prosperous, sustainable future. That would be, I think, the direction of where education should go as you talk about this holistic education as well. So meanwhile, we have to contend with this, whether we like it or not. Economies is down, biosphere is down, ecology is down, culture is down, values is down. We are moving away into a kind of a tipping point. And this is where people are talking about now. And you find that, when you talk about sustainable development, this will be the issue that all of us are concerned with. But most of our universities are not ready for sustainable development. That is gone. And my prediction on this is basically there is a disconnect. We have enough information, but we have very little practice, right? We have very little practice in putting those pieces of information into practical solution, even in a daily life. This room is a good example. Many rooms are a good example. We close all the windows and we put on the lights. Not very smart. I will open all the windows and switch off the lights. Yeah. And then we feel warm and then we put on the aircon. So traditionally, our architecture is always very ventilated, very open. There's no aircon, there's no light when we don't need it because it is structured that way. But this is now an issue. But we have to have this disconnect between the practice and the knowledge. And how do you put back into perspective, right? The reality is this. I think I just want to give you so that I don't sound emotional about it. But if you look at this, you find that the first industrial revolution in 1750, all right, and then we go on, and 1950 is what we call the Great Accelerator. And this is where everything goes on exponential growth. Yeah? The studies show it starting from the temperature, right down to motor vehicle, right down to investment, name it, everything is on an exponential mode, right? And again, if you look at nature, anything that goes up must come down. It cannot go up forever. Yeah? The only thing that goes up forever is your cancer cells. You go on producing, at the end of the day, everybody dies. And if we go on this way, I think the prediction is quite clear. There's already a book now called The Collapse of Western Civilization, produced by Noemi Oraques and Eric Conway, 2014. And they even named by the year 2093, if we don't do something, the world will collapse. The civilization will collapse. And when that happens, I think we will all get into trouble. So can we make something to change this, at least the new generation that is to come? So that will be the kind of challenge that all of us need to meet at the end of the day. So I think there's a leadership disconnect because everybody who leads a university will not think along these lines. They will think along what was given to them, and they will not want to change it because it is difficult to change, to start off with. So when we talk about the individual thing, this is a structure that we talked about. We talk about that individual, that egocentricity, just thinking about yourself. Remember when I talk about economic self-interest of the individual, everybody thinks about themselves only. Yeah? And therefore, we've got into a structure that is very rigid. It's about competition. It's about, who wins first and stuff like that. And you can see this even during the vaccination. When there is a vaccine that to be distributed around the world, you find that some countries take more than they need. And other parts of the world do not have the vaccine. And this is a time when people are challenged about death, but still this competition comes in. We have not even learned the lesson at that particular point. We need to shift, and the shift is to go an eco-friendly sort of environment, that everything is flatter than it was, that we can interact with one another very easily, and the whole thing is network, is flexible, it's about us in this room. Yeah, we can collaborate, and that's why I really welcome the Japanese and the Indonesian counter. How can we collaborate? How can we make this better between the three countries or the three universities? I think that's not enough. Maybe the three countries is too big. How can we work together? How can I learn from you, and how can you learn from us? And that learning, I think, is something that we've gone missing for these days. Yeah. So how do you make that shift? And that shift, I think, needs to be a living shift. And nothing stays fixed like the old. It has to change every time. As you can see that already in the pandemic, nothing stays fixed. And how do you create that ecological thing? Yeah. I use this because the dinosaur will tell us this is a big chance for us to move forward. They have gone into extinction. If we don't do this, then we will be missing another good opportunity. right? So the holistic education that I'm going to talk to you is about how do you remain flexible, collaborative, talking about networks rather than living the way we used to, whether we are successful or not. It may be successful in the last century, but I don't think we'll be successful in the coming centuries. So the system must go. We need to create a new system. And that new system, I think, is what we're talking about now when we talk about sustainability as a way of life. And this is a concept that is not new, because this concept has been there for a long time, and it's all talking about balance. Yeah. And I want to bring this from the little reading that I got. It's about a shared human heritage. And how do I say shared? Because so happened I didn't know you're coming, but I want to talk about Ikigai. Maybe Professor Nambu can talk about Ikigai better than I do. Yeah. It is a concept of life, as far as the Japanese is concerned, of a purpose of life. Right? The Japanese have got Ikigai, the Swedish have got Lagom, all right? The Korean has got Nunchi, the Philippines has got Ugnayan, Africa, as I mentioned to you, they've got Ubuntu, the Chinese, the Yin and Yang, the Maoris has got called Maoris, and people around here, Sumatra, Indonesia and Malaysia, we have got our own called Sejahtera. And these are the same value system, named differently. It is the same value system. It is a connecting all the human heritage in terms of knowledge is concerned. All right. And this is where I think we need to build the platform so that this balance that we talk about really becomes an important idea as far as education is concerned, be it formal, informal, or non-formal. And how do you do this? I think is a question that we need to talk about it. Yeah. So when the pandemic comes, we all use this mask, and to use this mask is basically to create the balance again, so that the balance between the virus and us becomes, you know, well separated. And this works in the East rather than the West, because the West concept of balance has already gone somewhere. Yeah, so in the East, wearing mask is not a problem. In the West, wearing mask is a big problem, because they don't understand about this balance. How do you actually take your enclave and separate yourself from? With this concept of balance, I think we can already overcome the pandemic without even a vaccine. But unless you have this concept, washing your hands and stuff like that, this is about creating the balance again, coming back to this human heritage that we talk about. Yeah. So sustainability is part of our nature, and I will try to demonstrate to you what I mean by this. For those of you who are not, I just take this from the internet. Professor Nambu, if I'm wrong, you better correct me. A Japanese word for a reason for being. Yeah. Enjoying, encompassing joy, sense of purpose. That sense of purpose is important. The meaning and the feeling of well-being, yeah, and accredited to a factor of longevity and happiness. At the end of the day, just like the Bhutan, the Japanese also want to be happy. Nunchi is about the subtle art of listening, gauging moods, ability to know what to say and what not to say. So in a meeting like this, you don't want to say something that upset people and lost the balance, you know, and start beating the table and then throw the chairs like some of our political meeting, and then nothing is achieved because we do not know how to maintain that balance, right? Sweden, better still, very straightforward. Swedish word translated in as moderation, in balance, perfect, simple, suitable, a matter of amount, not too much, not too little, and not just right. So there's no question of terrorism, there's no question of extremism, everything is in a perfect order. If this is the world, then I think education would serve its interest. But unfortunately, this is not what it is now. We keep on fighting with one another until cow comes home. I'll talk to you about this, I'm not going to talk about it. So what do we do now when we look forward? We look forward when we begin to understand the acceleration. But this is the magazine of Times that talks about the me generation. Yeah, and I want to quote this there in one of the articles. It says 40% of this me generation believe that they should be promoted every 2 years regardless of performance. Believe it. You know, you sleep in your class, but you still want to be promoted because you think it's your right to be promoted. Right? So we are dealing with a different group of population. A population, I don't know whether X, Y, Z, or whatever it is. These are the population that has got that kind of thing. Do we address this issue? Yeah, of this group of people that think they are important over everybody else. And we are now buying into this, and we say, at the end of the day, this is what I call the generator accelerator. They are the one that are going to accelerate everything else because they just think about themselves and they want everything to be on their terms rather than the terms of the community aside. So, except for this girl, I think you know Greta Thunberg. Every Friday she will sit in front of the Swedish Parliament and say, "I don't want to go to school." And when they were asked, "Why do you want to go to school?" She said, "The school do not even assure my future. What you're teaching in the school is not relevant to my future. I want the school to change." And so she started a movement called Friday for Futures, and now she got millions of youngsters following. And I think the adults also are now following. And she said, "Our house is on fire," because she wants the change to be immediate. Not next time, not 2 years now, not after election. They say it's immediate because we are going into a very serious sort of, and she understands her generation better than we do, right? And long before that, there's this guy, Peter Drucker, you know, the guru of management, and he said, "We are becoming aware that the major questions regarding technology are not technical, but human questions." There you are. You need to come back to the human centricity, and this is why humanizing education to us becomes important. If we are the problem, then the solution will not lie in the technology. The solution lies with us. You can do whatever with the technology. If you're still the problem, you will remain the problem. The technology becomes a problem because you have misused the technology. I think that's the interest that we are taking about. What is the evidence of this? Is quite clear. Opinion on climate change, global warming. Almost all the studies, major studies, says we are the cause. Yeah, not anything else, but we are the guilty party, right? We are guilty, and therefore we need to do something about it. We are the one that messed up the balance that I talked to you about between the microcosm, the macrocosm. We talked about a little bit. We are the one that messed up all this idea and understanding of sejahtera in terms of our own context, and we are now going into what we call the Anthropocene age. The Anthropocene age is the age where human beings start to dismantle its own civilization, and we can see that's happening now. Yeah, the civilization that we built for the last 10,000 years under the Holocene age now has been slowly being dismantled, right? And I think there is a worrying point because at the end of the day, without civilization, we will be animals again, right? So we need to hang some of this, I think. So just to give you a rough view, if you look at the span of time before the Industrial Revolution on the left, and the industrial, we've got green jungle, and now we've got concrete jungle. Also jungle, but concrete jungle. Yeah. So the Industrial Revolution 0.1, and now we are 0.4. Luckily, Japan does not talk about IR 0.4. Japan is talking about Society 5.0. And we keep on asking, why is Japan not talking about 4IR? They are very technologically advanced, you know. Malaysia is not technologically advanced. We want to talk about 4IR. Because you have got the human centricity in your head. We have got technological centricity in our head. The two different ways of approaching this. And I think we need to learn a little bit more from that. So these are the guilty party. And we need to put this guy right up. And the only way to do it is to re-educate them. Putting them into prison will not do good. Then they go to hospital and they will claim they got ulcer. Okay. Another scientist, Garden of Eden. He used the word the Garden of Eden is no more. We have changed the world so much that scientists say we are going into new geological age, the Anthropocene, the age of humans that destroy its own environment. And he speaks on this in the World Economic Forum in Davos in 2019. They say enough of technology, enough of machine. We need to go back to the human-centric way of looking at this. So for us in Malaysia, let me bring you to where do we start? After giving you all these annoying problems, how do you start? Yeah? We have got our own national education philosophy, Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan. And this is a translation. Yeah? It says that in education in Malaysia is ongoing effort towards developing the potential of individual in a holistic way. There you are. Yeah, an integrated manner so as to produce individuals who are intellectually, spiritually, emotionally, physically balanced and harmonious. The word balance already there in there, based on a firm belief and devotion to God, right? And then we go into the societal dimension. We talk about such an effort is designed to produce Malaysian citizens who are knowledgeable, competent, who possess high moral standards, who are responsible and capable of achieving a high level of kesejahteraan, the word that I used just now. It is, I don't want to translate it because there's no equivalent in translation, just like the Japanese word, kaizen, there's no translation. We translate it, but it doesn't mean much to the Japanese. So we remain at this kesejahteraan diri, as well as being able to contribute to the harmony and betterment of the family, society, and nation. So if you look at the philosophy itself, it's very well contained in the context of its holistic, integrated manner when you talk about online, ongoing, and so on and so forth. But how do you translate this into action if it's at all useful in this particular context? Yeah, I want to just to bring it into the local language, yeah, and the Malay language. I think our Indonesian counterpart will understand it. This is translation of the English one, and there are keywords that I think is important here, right? And we are going to pick these keywords up. One is kesejahteraan diri. So in other words, anybody that comes out of the education system must have this sejahtera. For what you call for easy translation, it's about the well-being of the person coming out of the education system, and that's the word sejahtera, right? How do you understand this sejahtera? If I look at this, the philosophy again, it has first seimbang, balance, right? And then it's about being harmonious. Harmonious means there is a leeway. It's not a rigid balance, but there are rooms for you to move. Yeah. So that's the word, seimbang dan harmonis. Yeah? And seimbang harmonis, balance in what? As I mentioned, physical, intellectual, emotional, spiritual. And that's the word. Okay. And then what else? It says there must be also guidance, divine guidance, godliness, God consciousness, right? And on that, I think we have got values like behavior and also ethics. So all this comes from that philosophy, okay? And therefore, if I were to condense it, I will put all this into sejahtera. And if you see it is S-E-J-A, all these spell out as sejahtera, right? And in other words, when you talk about sejahtera, like it or not, we are already imbibing into the philosophy. So at the end of the day, my argument will be, I want to produce an insan sejahtera. Insan means man, yeah, that holistic man that we are talking about, coming out from the falsafah. That holistic man then can contribute into this keluarga, masyarakat, and negara. He begins to contribute. He begins to pay back the way I used to when I was a student. We are here. We are not just taking in without giving back. How do you give back whatever we have learned to the people who are deserving or the people who are not popular enough? So I want to acknowledge Rosnani. He does a lot of work. We produce a book. I hope the book is still useful. We're producing a second book, Anolida. I hope it will come out. So, okay, let me just go into you. What is sejahtera? Yeah, if it is holistic idea, you can talk about ikigai. This is what sejahtera is all about. We start off with the idea that we are a spiritual being. We are not a physical being, because the spirituality gives us the sense of value. And what are the sense of value in terms of emotions, in terms of ethics? Okay, and that is where we start off. It starts with a value-based system rather than a tangible a base system as such, very intangible as such. And then that one, I think, basically from that we will build the cognitive part, yeah, and also the intellectual part and the psychological part. Yeah? So we have around it a two system that works with one another, and this two system is the brain and the heart. In our system, the heart is another seat of intellect, and yet it is not trained, it is not taught in the school, and it oscillates with one another. I think there's enough evidence to show that the heart and the brain communicates. And the latest research that I read, that the heart communicates to the brain 6 times more than the brain communicates with the heart. So there are things that we need to understand and learn. the emotional and the intellectual part. How does this come together, making to us as a good spiritual being, right? And therefore, that itself must be in a state of balance. You cannot be just too rational or too emotional. How do you put this together? And I think that's a part that education needs to play. Yeah. And the earlier you start, the better it is. At the age of 40, you want to do this, you probably will not. So the earlier you start, and that's why Mastura is important, this thing. How do you start building this in our kids so that when they grow up, they are already into this state of balance, right? Once you have got that, then you are ready to go into the field. It's just like a football player. Once you know how to play football professionally, then you go to the field. We talk ecology, economy, culture, and also the societal dimension. That will be the playing field. That is where I think we need to begin to contribute what we learn from education, from what we know, and how do you pay back and make our environment, a community, and the world better. Yeah, I use the word spices because if you assemble this word spiritual, emotional, you get the word spices, just for you to remember, easy to remember. And that microcosm must also be balanced. So you're talking about the two balance between the inner world and the outer world. And all this, I think, needs to be put in the perspective of education. You just cannot be talking about the world outside, but your world inside is not balanced. In other words, something wrong, tsunami, for example, all you need to do is to kill yourself because you do not know how to manage with the tsunami. How do you manage with the challenges outside? Could be the pandemic or whatever it is. How do you manage and keep the balance as far as that's concerned? And I think this is where we want to talk about the education as such. It is about balancing between the inner world and the outer world. And that is what I call the principle, the Sejahtera principle, simple of practice. At the end of the day, we will have to, just like the Bhutanists, practice so that we go into the state of balance. Now, the issue is this: if you do not practice, if you do not experience peace, how can I teach peace to you? Yeah. If you do not experience well-being, how can I talk about well-being to you? It will not happen. Yeah. If I'm an aggressive person, I cannot tell you how to be peaceful because I'm an aggressive person. So some of our teachers are very aggressive. Some of our administrators are very aggressive. How do you then build an aggressive student when you yourself are not peaceful? And I think this is a principle that I think we are getting into. All right. I'm about to finish. Just bear with me a little bit more. I like doing PowerPoint, so I'm going to do another one. Yeah, it's a stress reliever. So I just want to make another. So these are the three principles: spirituality, the four elements that I talked to you about. Yeah, and the heart becomes the center. Yeah, how to educate the heart. And in the Islamic principle, it says if you educate the heart, you are educating the whole person at the same time. And how do you bring this into the classroom and to make it happen? Yeah, and it's a living heart. It's not a dead heart. Dead heart means you're gone also. So this is ongoing. You remember the three principles that we talk about. This ongoing. As long as you live, this will go on. All right, these three dimensions. And that dimension, as I mentioned, will give you that line, that value system that you need to adopt. And this is where the moderation comes in. This is where the well-being comes in. This is where the caring comes in. It's almost built into that system. And you don't have to learn it. It's part and parcel of your way of living. Yeah? And the number two, therefore, it talks about how they then connect with the brain. Then the value system remains, and this five senses is about realizing it. How you make it happen. And this is why the university now is going to community engagement. You learn this, how do you translate it? Yeah, you learn this, how do you make it happen? Right? And that boundary, the red boundaries, is where you can go. We cannot transcend before that. In other words, if you want to help a community, you don't rob a bank to help a community because it's out of the red line. All right. If you want to solve a problem, you don't kill another person to solve a problem. That's out of the red line. How do you remain within the red line to solve that solution? Okay. So that is then this balance that we talk about. I think how do you connect the heart and the mind as this holistic learning or the holistic education that we are talking about, and it's going. It's not going to be easy, but you got to learn how to adjust it over a period of time. Okay. Then I think we go into the larger world, the world outside, the community, organization, whatever it is, could be, humanity itself. And you create this balance, and that balance, I think, is a balance that integrates everything together, right? To make it holistic. So you can talk about ecology, you can talk about economy, you can talk about your culture, you can talk about the society. Again, Japan is a good example of this. Yeah? You're able to manage this, particularly your cultural values. Yeah? We have lost it on the way by trying to be modernized and stuff like that. So how do you bring this back, and how at the end of the day, all these things needs to stay in a state of a balance? And that is what education to me. To arrive at this state of a balance, once you're educated, once you know what you're supposed to do, then you can use whatever professional, information you have to make and to create more balance around the community. And that, I think, is the purpose of education at the end of the day, right? So I'm going to finish with this. So we are now somewhere here. We need to decide where to go as far as education is concerned. Do we take this path here, the old path, or do we take a new path to stabilize or to create the balance again as far as the world is concerned? Our decision depends on what sort of education system that you want. If you go into this, then you will certainly end up in a world that is probably untenable. We probably will not survive. Yeah, we're already talking about the 6th mass extinction, which is happening maybe 2 decades ago, and this will get even worse if you go to that. If you move into the other side, hopefully we can. But for that, I think we need to start to create this connection between you and ourselves, and how our leaders can work together, speak the same language, and move along the same line with the same human heritage that I talk about. Can your Ikigai and our Sejahtera work together? Yeah, it's very simple. Can the Ubuntu comes in? Can Lagom comes in? I think that's a good basis for human being to create another platform of understanding using education as a basis for it, right? I think I will stop there. It's just to show you when the pandemic comes, this disconnect, it becomes even clearer. Yeah. Some people use face masks, some people they use face mask. This is my right. Yeah. And it's also right to spread this virus because he's not wearing a mask. Then suddenly we've got this vaccine. Again, as I mentioned, vaccines are not well distributed. When the developed world is already 80% vaccinated, the developing world not even 10%. All right, and I think that's a problem. So to choose life or the virus, for most of us, I think we have no choice but to choose the virus, because life is already forsaken for us. Yeah. So what we need to do now is to move into humanity, and that's why I'm saying there's not this value system that we've got will make us one common platform for us to learn from each other. And that will be the platform, hopefully, that the new holistic education and understanding, humanizing education is all about. So sorry if I be too late, but I will stop here. If there's any question, I'm quite happy to answer. So thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Prof. Tan Sri, for the very content-rich presentation. By the way, your PowerPoint is top-notch, Tan Sri. Very nice.
Was it part of the game?
And now I would like to open to one or two questions from the floor. If you have a question, please ask Tan Sri right away. All right, do we have any question? Yes, Dr. Mira.
Please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to our guests from Japan and all the rest. Thank you, Prof, for your enlightening presentation. Yes, we are all for humanizing education and taking it back to its core business. But I have one small worry. Okay, we know that education became dehumanized because of the dominance of the capitalist mode of production. Okay, and then after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the world now knows only one ideology to follow, that is the capitalist ideology, that is actually had a great effect on all aspects of life, including education. And we know that education now became, how to say, just a field whereby we can produce working force that has the necessary skills to join the labor market. And I think in Japan also they have the same thing, although they embrace some of their morals and values, but Japan is one of the most industrialized countries, and the educational system is very competitive and traditionalized. So, okay, talking about humanizing education at our level as educationists, how far can we take this idea to the application in the real world? Because we know that those who rule are the ones who decide. Okay, we have the political elite and we have the economic system. So what can we do, Prof, in order to actually start making this paradigm shift and we start to realize this humanizing education? Thank you.
Thank you. It's a good question. It's a difficult question, but I think to me, the answer is there. If you think you are running the university, if I think I'm running the university, then I must have the courage to make the change. If I don't have the courage to make the change, then I might as well vacate the place. Yeah, I'm here to make the change. We are here to make the change. We are here not just to follow what always has been. I mean, if you want to follow just then, any Tom, Dick, and Harry can run the university. I can put a clerk here, and he will listen to the minister, what the minister says, and just follow. You don't have to have a brain even. You know? So I think we must be very clear that our purpose here is to create change and change for the better. And that needs courage. And half of us, maybe more than half of us, has no courage. I'll say that twice. Yeah, we've got PhDs, we've got professorship, we've got all sorts of things, we've got enough publications, we win this award, but we have no courage to make the change. And this is where we are now. So I think we must be very clear that if you talk about the Japanese system, they have got a way of doing things, they have got a way how to negotiate, they know how to do it, but we do not have those. We are basically very subservient in our thinking. We are still very colonized in our thinking. And I think that's the first thing to realize. And that's the first thing that I realize that we must do. So this change here is possible, but we must make it. So we must be the agent of change. Our system, our mission states very clearly. Mission number 2. We are supposed to be the agents of change based on ilm, based on what's it called, akhlaq, and based on all of those things. But are we realizing those change? We are not. So we cannot blame them. It's easy to blame them, but I think we blame ourselves because we are not the one that's moving the change. You know, even when we want to move the change, some people are thinking twice. If I move this change, maybe I will get transferred. I will not get promoted. You know, my name will be blacklisted. That's for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to decide, not for us to decide. Our decision is we need to push for the change. Whatever happens, take it from there. But if nobody does it, we are going to be 40 years next year, you know. I don't want to see this university 40 years like it was the last 40 years. We will be gone by then. So I think it is important, and this is where I think meeting like the nation, you see how the Minister Nadine Makaram talked about. She was talking at the United Nations Transformation of Education the last 4 days. The only one, I think, from Asia that talks about it. How he articulates his mission of how Indonesian will make education different, Pendidikan Merdeka, whatever he called it. Do we have that? We don't. And we are trying to create one with the staff and all those things. And those are the basis for us to move forward. We cannot just be talking about change without any alternative also, which is not good. We cannot say this is bad, but what is the alternative? We don't have the alternative. I think sometimes we Muslims do that. We say Muslim has got the solution, but what is the solution? We don't have the solution. So these are hard facts that we need to face if we want to make the change. And I am quite positive that we can make the change. But do we have the courage? If you have the courage, I think we can do it tomorrow. inshallah.
Thank you, Tan Sri, for the response. I hope Dr. Mera has got the answer, probably. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have to move to, okay, one last question, Prof, from our guru, Prof. Rosnani.
Thank you, Dr. Faiza. Thank you very much, Tan Sri, for your very enlightening. Although we have heard this many times, but it's still refreshing every time to listen to this. Okay, I think it's related to what Dr. Mira mentioned about this change. Because I've already retired, as you can see, but I've been working very hard with the Ministry of Education, as far as I know. I noticed that they are the gatekeeper of change for education in Malaysia. But with my interaction with them, it's very difficult to convince them. And sometimes I realize that my idea is more received, accepted elsewhere, but the ministry. So this is, I don't know, are we putting the right people there or not? That's my question. This is the thing that we have to realize, because when we don't have the right people in the ministry, we won't be pushing the change that you have mentioned. And I realize that they're not there. They're not the right people. They are there by seniority, So I wish we can do something about this. In fact, I think we were together with the task force with Dr. Mazli previously. When he was, when he was no more minister, the whole thing was scrapped out. So I mean, how can we force change if the people at that gatekeeper level, sorry, Brother Adin, are not open enough, to pilot, but something from outside, the way they accept it so broadly. But I'm glad now they are accepting Tokatsu. They are experimenting with it now, right now, at least. So at least they are a bit more broad-minded now. But I don't see it will change. For example, I've been working very hard with the hikmah pedagogy, and even the former KPPM wanted it to be utilized in the Ulul Albab school, because it was for critical and creative thinking and collaborative skills, communicative skills, and so on. You kill 5 birds with 1 stone, okay? But however, when it came to the division that's in charge of it, and I inquired, when are we going to start? I said, they don't have money. Who is asking for money? So this is the mentality that we have there. I'm very sad about this, Thank you.
Let me just give one small comment. I think to make the change is important that you show what the change is all about. So I'm not bothered who is in the Kementerian. I mean, it's not my business. They want to go there. But if this university can make a change and demonstrate that this is what the change is all about, I'm sure the minister will buy that, because they also want to be part of the success story. Kalau misalnya kita ada this apa ni SAF ni, if SAF is realized, Sejahtera Academic Framework, in such a way that our students now become the students that I described here. They work for the community. They give back to the community. They are not selfish people. And I'm sure everybody will look. If the ministry does not look, I'm sure other people will look at us and say, these are examples that. And in the last 4 years, we have been doing that. We get invited to forums internationally just to speak what we are trying to do, because they see some of the changes that's happening in the university. I say, let's concentrate and build what we can build, and let's show to the world that we are able to do this. And then people will come around you. But if you tell them, come and say, where's the example? Where's the evidence? We don't have that. I mean, as much as when I come here, I say, everybody will say to me, ini dah buat Tan Sri 20 tahun yang lalu. Give me the evidence. No evidence. Then I say, you have not done it. As simple as that. So we need to show the evidence of what we have done and how successful it is and how much changes it break. Then I think people will follow you. I think that's my own strategy. Trying to change the minister and the prime minister and everybody else, it's difficult. It's going to be difficult. You get sucked into their game, and I think you probably lose also your train of thought. So work together. And let's do it, and be mindful of what. Now we've got friends from Japan and Indonesia. Maybe we can have another group of people who also can work with us, inshallah. Yeah. So sorry if I sound very emotional, but I'm always emotional when I talk about education, because you're talking about your future generations. Huh? If you spoil it now, you're going to kill the whole generation, and you need to take the blame for this. Nobody else will take the blame. As a rector, I'll be doubly hammered. Faiza will be very happy about this. Okay, thank you very much, Sarong.
Thank you, Tan Sri. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Tan Sri. We are moving into the launching ceremony. Yeah? Before we launch the emphatic kit, they name it the emphatic kit, let me read a little bit about it. The role of empathy is essential, not only in teaching and learning, but in every aspect of our daily lives. In fact, in humanizing education, children's growth, development, and learning experiences must be dealt with empathy and rahmah. So this is a guidebook to stakeholders who deal with children, and these include parents, teachers, and caregivers. It is one of the outputs of GEM Toyota Foundation Malaysia research. With this empathy kit, we will better understand children and the psychology of children at the different phases of their development. With that, I would like to invite Tan Sri Rector, accompanied by a representative from UCMI and Prof. Nurlida to the front for the signing of the book. Not yet the MOU. Now we are going to sign it here.
Okay. Do we need to come forward?
Yes,
Okay.
please come forward.
Where do we sign?
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, Prof. Dr. Masura is going to give a token of appreciation. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And now we are going to watch a montage on the voices of children. Montage. Okay, are we ready for the montage?
Saya dekat sekolah penat lah. Kalau kat rumah tak. Belajar online. Kalau kat sekolah kena naik tangga semua. Kalau kat rumah kita bilik-bilik je.
Naik tangga tingkat 5. Lepas tu angkat beg. Beg pun dah besar.
Tak best. Tak pergi sekolah. Best pergi sekolah. Suka pergi sekolah. Saya lebih suka sekolah. Saya suka sekolah. Saya suka sekolah. Saya suka belajar dekat sekolah. Saya suka sekolah. Belajar dekat sekolah seronok. Sebab dapat jumpa kawan-kawan dengan cikgu. Boleh belajar dengan kawan-kawan. Kat rumah sunyi je. Sebab boleh jumpa kawan-kawan. Dapat duit belanja. Simpan dalam tabung. Face to face dengan cikgu. Tak dapat jumpa kawan-kawan. Kalau tak boleh jumpa kawan, tak boleh jumpa cikgu.
Sebab rindu dengan cikgu, kawan-kawan tu perhimpunan lah. Sebab COVID, perhimpunan dah tak ada. Kadang-kadang pun lupa dah muka cikgu, nama cikgu.
Rindu cikgu. Makan sama-sama, pergi kedai buku sama-sama.
Buat kerja sekolah sama-sama.
Rindu nak pergi perpustakaan. Risau tak boleh belajar. Sedih. Boring sikit. Tak nampak ke kawan. Kadang-kadang tak best. Dekat rumah bosan nak belajar. Tak rasa bosan. Rasa okey sebab dapat jugalah belajar. Kalau kat rumah boleh tolong ibu, boleh buat apa-apa. Okey. Sebab dekat rumah boleh tolong ibu bapa. Tak berapa tak faham.
Sebab online takut.
Very interesting montage. All right. So moving on, now we are going to have the MOU signing, and therefore I would like to invite Tantri Rector, Prof. Ryoko, and Prof. Nolida, just right at the back, just behind you, to sign the documents. Thank you, ladies, and thank you, Tan Sri. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just right on time for plenary 3. And I would like to, before I invite, our plenary 3 is Professor Ryoko Tsuneyoshi, who is the Vice President of Bankyo Gakuin University and Professor Emeritus of the University of Tokyo, and also the Principal Investigator for this grant in aid for scientific research project. And for the talk, the title of Prof. Ryoko's talk is Future Collaboration in Holistic Education in the Context of Global Citizenship Education. Prof. Ryoke.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I would like to start by perhaps reflecting on the history of my ties here. And as Professor Rosnani just mentioned, I guess it was 2000 that I 219 is when, no, that's when, because yes, 2000 is when I emailed you, I think, because I was interested in the philosophy of the university. You see, I was the Islamization of the subjects, the disciplines, and I looked at the net and I looked at the faces and I liked her face. And I emailed her. And Professor Rosnani was very kind, took me around, I think, schools and places. And since then, we've kept in touch. And another very, I think, important thing that I discovered a few days ago, going through my list of speeches abroad, is that in 2013, Professor Rosnani invited me to a meeting of Islamic scholars and educators, I think. Yes, teachers, yes, Islamic teachers, yes. And that was when I used the word tokatsu for the first time. See, you see the tie. Yes, and that the reason, I never said the reason probably, but the reason was that tokatsu is tradition, but it is tradition that has been modernized, you see, because Japan was defeated in the war. And after the war, it tried to build a democratic nation. See, so tokatsu brings in elements of tradition, but it modernizes it and it tries to democratize it. See, so it was very conscious, so that's why the model is a model, because before you had those elements, but they can be used in various ways and they were not connected. See, so I wanted to know what in Malaysia, what in the community, what in the society you were bringing together to bring out your own models. So that was the reason. And I used tokatsu to show that, this is how Japan did, tried to modernize, when it's part of its tradition. And then if you remember, you took me to a class of students and I asked the same question. You say, what in your education, what in your community, brings out that tradition. And then I noticed that a lot of, the first of all, they didn't answer was one thing, because I think, that question might have been rather new, or I don't know, from a foreigner. See, maybe but from a foreigner, coming from a foreigner, maybe that was, they were being polite, maybe. I'm not sure what it was. But then I noticed that they could easily say social and emotional learning. You see? So I thought, okay, this is, part of probably the problem that we all have. No, not just, Malaysia, but Japan as well, and Asia in general, and also the non-Western world in general. So that was one of the reasons that I first started using tokkatsu, because it's short for tokubetsu katsudo. No one can pronounce tokubetsu katsudo. About tokkatsu, I said, all of you know tonkatsu. Sorry about it, it's pork, but tonkatsu, right? You just drop the N. And then I kept on repeating that in Thailand, and Philippines, and everyone can say tokkatsu, but not tokubetsu katsu. And yesterday, we had this conference in WALS, yes, World Association of Lesson Study, and we talked about non-cognitive and holistic education, and we had a whole day. So it is something that is now, being something that teachers around the world, I think, can partially understand, because there is now an emphasis on non-cognitive learning and more talk about holistic education. And listening today to your presentations, I realized why I contacted you 2,000 years ago. There is a similarity, it does resonate, so although we have different religions, still the thinking is very similar, I think. So I just wanted to add that before I start zooming. So now, I think your rector has pretty much said the same thing, so I'm going to kind of skim it over. And I guess, this is something that Japanese teachers would understand very much, and we have global testing, we have competition and everything, but do you call those kind of children, for example, perfect score in math test, but is violent? Is that an educational success? Academically top student, but can't find what he wants to do, so he gets stuck in life. Now, is that an educational success? So again, the idea that school is life, and Tokkatsu says a lot about life, because it's seikatsu. Seikatsu is something that even came up yesterday, right? It's part of life. You see, school is life for children. So children learn much more than subjects. See, children learn how to live. And I think it is what I hear today. That idea, I think, is shared. Oh, it's not changing. Okay. Do it one more time. Yes, but it's not the same. Oh, it's okay. All right, good, thank you. And as was mentioned, holistic educational, well, holistic, not educational, but holistic societal models are not new. Traditional societies have holistic ideologies, right? But, and indigenous populations, for example, that's Native American or Canadian, was it? American, I think. Their worldviews are holistic, right? But that part was dropped, I think. That holistic kind of idea, especially the non-cognitive part, was dropped for a long time in the Western model. But recently, as you know, there has been a revival of sorts of non-cognitive education in the form, I think, mostly in the form of, at least the label is social and emotional learning. And you see many things behind it, probably a breakdown of the type of, society that allowed, the separation. But right now, you see emotional intelligence, the lack of social, social skills, the lack of self-control, lack of emotion, control of emotions and things like that. And you see not only certain scholars or certain people. Oh, where do I get this? Okay. But you see UNESCO, for example, using social and emotional learning, even more with COVID, because now you see that subjects is not the only thing the schools provide. It becomes apparent. You see UNESCO and you see OECD. This doesn't. Oh, okay. Logging on. All right. And this is OECD. It's even legitimized. You see, non-cognitive cell, as social and emotional learning, is even legitimized in economic terms. See, because the 21st century occupations are supposed to require collaboration and soft skills, kind of. So you see a huge change there. Even without changing the economic kind of logic, you can actually promote social and emotional learning. See? Wait, or okay. And then, of course, you know that OECD's PISA has started testing those non-cognitive skills, one of which was the collaborative problem-solving skills. And Singapore was first, and Japan was second. But other than that, what the analysis said about Japan's position there was that it was taught in school, basically. Part of it was. Okay, and so I'm not sure whether you need this, but the Japanese version of holistic education, of which Tokatsu was a name I put on it here, basically, is that the non-subjects and the subjects are inside the curriculum together. See, so math and non-subjects such as Tokatsu and Sogo are in the curriculum together as equal elements of the curriculum. So it is easy to link subjects with subjects, which Western societies, I think, are doing increasingly. See, linking subjects and subjects, because integration is seen as important. But you can also integrate subjects and non-subjects because they are in the same curriculum, and non-subjects to non-subjects. And so the structure itself is very holistic. And increasingly, you see social and emotional learning as emphasized as important. But in the Western model, there is the core of cognitive learning, the subjects. And then you have social and emotional learning that can be added, see? And how it is added and whether it is added depends on the school, the district, and the teacher, see? So you can have one teacher that is very into it, and then the next classroom, you have totally nothing of that. So that, I think, is, although it is increasingly recognized as something that should be taken seriously, even in the Western world, which means the international world, you see, because a lot of it comes from the Western model. It is still dependent on the individual, basically, who sees importance in that, and whether it's not part of schooling of everyone. Yes, go ahead. It's Tokubetsu katsudo is a period, in the Japanese curriculum. But when I came here, I use that because it is the pillar of the non-cognitive learning part in Japan. I use that as a model to show that the non-cognitive and cognitive can be linked together. Yes, 2013. And then that stuck, and that name kind of stuck, you see, and now people are talking about Tokatsu model. I started here, so. Yes. And in preschool, that Professor in preschool, you see Tokatsu, almost everything Tokatsu, right? Right. So it's not called Tokatsu, but everything is play. And I think Professor Mastura was talking about that maybe when we stepped in, but from elementary school onward, it is called Tokubetsu katsudo, Tokubetsu katsudo. But before that, you have the almost entire time like that. Play is learning through play. Okay. Somehow we'll skip that one. Okay, so you can see that you have the subjects, and then you have the non-subjects, and you have Tokatsu. That's for elementary school. Sorry, it doesn't. Yes, it's going really late, but doesn't show in the, okay, here it goes. There seems to be a lag, I'm sorry. Now, how teachers learn the non-cognitive part, because unlike these subjects, there is no parent discipline. See, for non-cognitive, it's much more your students, your school. So what happens, I think, in Japan are the lesson study groups, the teachers' research groups. And I remember talking about that in 2013. See, so it's not new. And they cross, it doesn't show again, it crosses prefectures. Sometimes it's national, and you can see these learning groups. See, these are teachers learning lesson study from each other. Okay, and yesterday we were emphasizing the fact that this teacher learning and lesson study focus is not just on cognitive subjects, but also non-cognitive learning. And actually that is rather new. And I think the reason is that lesson study was was placed in the rhetoric, that you just mentioned, that lesson study was the reason for the high scores, high performance of Japanese students, that then is reflected into high economic growth, high economy. And the link there is not explained, but it's assumed. And so a lot of the focus was on math and science. And I think because, and also it was very popular in the West, in Western countries, and teachers' networks use that, but it's almost always the math or science. And I think a lot of lesson study people thought that it was cognitive and subject-based. So yesterday we were emphasizing that it is just as much non-cognitive as it is cognitive, because if you have a holistic curriculum and you are doing lesson study of those whatever is important for the children, then you have both non-cognitive and cognitive, and that's very natural, you see. And then it's not showing yet, but I'll give you some pictures of non-cognitive activities. Oh, there it is. Okay. Everyone knows lunch serving, and then everyone knows cleaning, and the teacher is cleaning with the children. And then there's in the middle, there's the circle with the small groups. There's 7 of them. It says 7, and then you turn it, and it has the locations that the children clean. These are all toban, called toban or kakari. Actually, they're toban. And yesterday we had a workshop session on toban. Yes. Sorry. Okay. Now, I think the title that I was given was future collaboration, right? Future collaboration. So I felt compelled to talk about the Bunkyo and IIUM. Okay. And after this, I believe that the high schools are going to do tokatsu classroom activities together, right? And one thing that, because tokatsu is, as you can see, includes not just classroom activities, but club activities, children's councils, anything that is not subject, you see, basically. It is now considered in the new curriculum a basis of career education. It's, because it brings, it's where you motivate children, for example. It's where you try to encourage leadership, for example. And so now it is in the national curriculum standards that it is the basis of career education, and you can see why. See, and so learning by playing in preschool, and the activities that look so fun but look like they're just enjoying themselves are considered to be a basis of career education. You see, which is, I think, what traditional societies always, kind of thought, but perhaps not in the Western sense, because you are not, targeting a certain skill that can be seen, but you see children, I think we went to a classroom where the preschool children were ripping and throwing around toilet paper, right? So, and then making that into paper mache. Yes. See, so that is career education, right? Yeah. And I just will add, there's period for integrated studies, that's more subject-based. It's also non-subject. I just mentioned that because if you think that tokatsu is the only non-subject, then you're wrong. But this is something that is increasingly inside subjects in the Western model. That's the definition for the tokatsu, as it is in Japan. But you can improvise, I'm sure. They're supposed to be agents of constructing, so it has to be child initiated. It has to be hands-on, so it's like learning by doing. That's one of the very key characteristics. And it uses small groups because it's collaborative. I put some of them together. Self-initiated, inner-motivated, collaborative learning, learning by doing. And inner motivation is not as easy as it is to do as it is said. And that's a big part of, I think, the tokatsu part. And the key is not the result. Well, it'll come up. It's not the result by itself. For example, a clean classroom is not the goal itself. You see, the process of getting there, of self-motivated cleaning the classroom is, you see. So the classroom will stay as dirty as long as it is necessary to be dirty, basically. Is the idea. And the next picture that is, okay, going to come up, I used it for an Egyptian envoy, is that the foundation and the subjects, the non-cognitive and the subjects are one house. You see, you have a small foundation, and you have a very troubled child, and then you have a large foundation with a small subject, and then that child will have trouble, in the economic sense. So it's a balance. And in a competitive society, it's often said, what do the ones that can do well in subjects learn, from being grouped with children who are not as able as them. But if you look at that, then everyone learns from each other. See, that's the idea. Okay, that's what's going to happen in the high school, so I'm not going to do that. Now, I think, because I got this title, Future Collaborations, and I think it's the high school. One thing I think was the international classroom discussions, which is going to happen today after this. And I think, for example, developing yearly plans, because in the Japanese case, you have plans, for non-cognitive as well as cognitive, and linking them. So because if you're going to link non-cognitive with cognitive, you are linking some non-cognitive activity with a cognitive subject or some part of it. So you have to be able to identify, which subjects which part of the subject, social studies, you're going to link with the non-cognitive. And I think that kind of going back and forth and interaction might help teachers identify and verbalize, what they think the children are learning from that activity, for example, or how that can be made holistic in linking that with another activity or another part of activity or subject. That kind of discussion is always part of the teacher's holistic kind of educational discussion. So I thought that could cross, that might cross borders with Indonesia and Malaysia, and it would help teachers identify what you were talking about, the holistic goals, and bring it down to teaching, see, so make it concrete. Those were some of the ideas, because I just gave two examples. One is Japan to Malaysia, linking, the various non-cognitive with cognitive, like take food education. School lunch is the practice, you saw the service, and it's part of career education as well. But you also have food education elsewhere, like during classroom discussion, you can talk about food safety. For example, you grow a garden, that's very common, kindergarten, elementary school, even beyond. I think you saw it everywhere, right? And then you see plants growing, you appreciate the food, you appreciate how it looks before it's cooked. Home economics, you can make the food. If you go to the farmers, that can be part of linked with social studies. See how and group stayovers, you can cook in small groups, and that would be home economics, or it can be social, social and emotional learning, basically. And so these are all, and nutrition circles, they're always there. So these kind of things you can link together, and linking, and saying it in a very abstract sense is very easy. It's much more difficult when you start looking at what month a certain unit is taught, and that's where you get what you saw is basically that after it has been organized. See, so I think that part is something that that can probably be shared. Making models from Asia, that's always been one of my desires. Okay. And Malaysia, ethnic diversity, I think is something that Japan can learn. And that will come up, in trying to link the non-cognitive and cognitive. Okay. And please continue the conversation. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ryoko. Very, very interesting presentation. And we still have like about 5 minutes for question and answer. If anyone has a question, yes. Dr. Zainal over there, my friend over there has a question.
Thank you. I've been hearing a lot about tonkatsu. Sorry, wrong mention. Not tonkatsu, it's a tokatsu. Tonkatsu is a totally different thing. And there's even initiative at the ministry side to emulate these projects, but somehow it get in the middle of it. I was just wondering, while we know the actual classroom activities and planning and what we want to happen in the classroom is what we want in many classes to happen. But the challenge would be the teachers who are handling these classes, I guess they are not trained for this by specialization. They are all trained by science and that's where the challenge. So if you get some ideas, how do we get to prepare teachers who are not trained for this, specially trained for this, but to conduct this program? Because that will make a difference, not only this class, but the other classroom as well.
Mm-hmm. You want to answer? Well, they had, Egypt, I think, had that problem as well. Yeah, of course, because it's very different culture, different religion, and even like cleaning, it's not something that it has a status, right? So parents often disapproved of their children cleaning. So, but when they saw what happened to their children, see, the children would not, the idea is not that, cleaning is a punishment. It is something that you are supposed to do spontaneously. And I will leave a video that we made of, I took a picture of a classroom discussion on cleaning. See, and as I mentioned, getting children to spontaneously, see, self-initiated way to do something, and they may not do what you want, and that's fine, but getting children to see the importance of keeping your classroom clean. Now it's a nicer place to study, it's a nicer place to play. And then having them initiate, the activities is what Dokats tries to do, basically. And it's much easier to see that video, I think, than for me to try to be explaining this. And that part, when that happens, and children see the importance of keeping an environment clean because it makes life easier for everyone, see? Then they do that at home, they do that in the community, and the parents see that change, see? So that's where a lot of I think I heard from what I heard, the parents and the teachers also see that change. See, that's where they start becoming fans, I think. I mean, that Tadan, the Professor Tadan is doing that in Indonesia. So I think he is better at talking about this resistance and change than I am. Yes, why don't you see?
Actually, in my university is similar with here. No course on how to become a home run teachers. Yeah, homeroom teachers. Yeah, so I use my science course and I position myself as a homeroom teachers. So that's my initial attempt. Like you said, yeah, we cannot change others. Let's try change my course and think, for example, see whole and how we can do. And at that time, what we did with the students is, I saw so many sandals in mosque, so messy. So also in the campus. So arranging the shoe, the bag, and putting the, some students brings plastic, candies, etc. So leftover, they did not wear. So I tried to make a classroom discussion with them. Even you might notice as there's a block among the students. This is this gang, this club. So Tokatsu can help the class even to unite the students. So finally, we can create. Here's good building, but in my class not so good. But we can enjoy because we take care of whatever we have. Yeah, something like that.
And I would add that one thing that if you remember the house, the foundation and the subjects. See, very often I think the misunderstanding is that when you look at the non-cognitive, then you're forgetting the subjects. You see, and a lot of societies are very competitive, right? Economically, subject and Western, as well. But and not just Western as well. So, but Tokatsu, the holistic model does not do away with the subjects. It is, it feeds each other. Yes, it serves as the foundation. So you have a lot more in preschool than you do, in high school. That's where it builds the foundation for the subjects. And then for, basically so I think if that goes through, then you have a lot less opposition. And I remember in Indonesia, when we went, both of us went, the first question we got from one of the people there was that, when did Japan, change from technology and, to this, whatever it is, Tokatsu, where did the economic, development go? And you get that a lot, you see? And I said, okay, it's the foundation of the economic development, right? So it was there before, this, the high economic growth period. See, so I think that part is something that, a lot of teachers, if they understand that a holistic, is going to be more sustainable for that child, in the future, then that would probably, change their minds. And I think when they see it, because, you can have a very, the house can be very big without the foundation, and then somewhere it's going to, topple, and stop, right? So you need that. I think you need that idea of the two going together.
Okay, we have online questions as well. We have Dr. Mastura and Tan Sri. Probably I will ask Tan Sri first to ask question. Thank you. Whoever, okay, we go on with who? Dr. Mastura, okay.
Okay, well, in many situations, when we talk about learning from the practices of others, for example, like before this, when we talk about Finnish education system and then Japanese education system, we feel like we want to translate everything into reality, which is in many situations is not suit to our culture, to our context. And in a situation like in Japan, what I can see is that because everything is started from very young age, from birth, the Tokatsu thingy, I mean, the practices and then the traditions or whatever things, it started from birth and then it become habituation. So it's a continuous process. from babies up to adult, from like when you brought me, you know. So I can see that. For example, when you're talking about cleanliness, cleanliness is not something that you teach and then what is cleanliness mean blah 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 blah. It's not that. It's the practice. So in Japan, everything is practices. You don't talk about what clean is all about. You know what discipline is all about. What on time is all about. No, but you're doing that. So this is our problem because we keep on talking, you know, but we don't do that. So this is, I remember Kak Nako Sensei, when you talk about where we have a discussion last time during the meeting, because we cannot simply just, you know, taking things into our practices and then we feel like, okay, we want to transform Malaysian education system into Japanese education system. It's not like that. It's just do it. Agent of change, Tan Sri. Yeah, that's right.
Thank you, Dr. Mastura. And now we, okay, Tan Sri, it's your turn.
I got a question. I think this is a question that was asked by my colleagues. It's a question of acceptance. For example, if you put in a non-cognitive part, I think many of our parents will not want it because it's not examinable. They will not get an A. They will not, you know. So I think it's about us doing it, and we are supposed to demonstrate it. How is it in Japan? It is this question of acceptance. Sometimes it's a very powerful influencer.
Prof. Ryoko, your microphone, please.
Sorry, linking with the family, the school and linking with the family.
At the ministry level, education.
Ministry. It's like that in Japan. So do you want to say something? You look like you want to say something.
I think, yeah, and from my experiences, I was a school teacher, so I know on all situation. But I think that it's very important for the home teachers and to have a good management in the class and good relationships. It's based on this good relationships, and it has something to do with the good relationship with the parents, but also the community.
Non-cognitive learning part can bring in parents, bring in elderly in the community easily. Say, because children can eat with the elderly for lunch, and you can bring in and tie very easily. And I think I can see, in a very competitive exam-oriented system, why parents, Egypt said the same thing, would not want, to take up time with non-cognitive, learning. But that is actually short-sighted if you look at the whole life of that child, right? So
I think this is where this collaboration becomes important. For us, I think the question of acceptance is a big question. Even though it's an Islamic university, if it's not accepted by the higher ups, we still have to struggle. And that's why I say courage becomes important. You don't accept it, never mind, we will do it anyway. Because the end result will tell you whether you are wrong or whether you are right. And this is where I think working with you, that you have done it, and we have seen the impact, and therefore acceptance becomes a non-issue. If the Japanese can do it, I also believe when you say the Malaysian values and Japanese values, particularly the Malay values and Japanese values, are almost the same. The difference is that you practice, we don't. That's the only difference. You do what you do. I mean, learning by doing, ours learning by talking, and not teaching by talking. We don't learn anything.
I do think the Japanese should talk more. See, I think they should verbalize more. Because even with lesson study, you can say that Japan was practicing, and then it was discovered by Americans, and then it became a method, right? Which can be Yes, in charts and everything, and it went, international. You see, so again, I think that's something that actually Japan can learn. Can I just, when I was in Japan in the 1990s, many mothers are actually stay at home. All right. Does that? I'm not sure what the situation now. Does that actually help this tokatsu? Because mothers tend to nurture children more. So and when mothers are out working, because I think for something to work, the situation of the society, the constraints, plays a very big role. So I'm just wondering whether there's any home environment thing that helps. Well, mothers work more and more these days, but if you go to after school jidokan, for example, after school public institutions, maybe you went. Yes, we went together. They also have the similar. They're children with working parents, that stay there after school, but they have the same, holistic kind of approach. See, I think it's the consistency actually that is, in important places of the child socialization. That helps.
In that case, the government play a very important role, because in Japan, after school club, the play workers, they are paid by the government. When they are taking care of students, when before until the parents come, they are paid, just like teachers. So that's the thing. That's why I said this is a government responsibility, or whatever is it.
All right. So we have a lot of questions coming from the online and also here, but we are pressed for time. So unfortunately, maybe we can talk it over lunch for those who are here. But now I would like to invite Tan Sri to present a token of appreciation to Prof. Ryoko. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tan Sri. Thank you, Prof. Ryoko. So we are going to adjourn for lunch, and we are going to come back, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to come back at 2:15. All right. I don't know whether do we have a photography session? Tada. Can we have, no? Now. Can we have a photography session right in front while everyone is here? All right. Sini boleh? Okay, all right. Okay, this is an advice from an experienced photographer. Tan Sri will be there standing. So the rest of you are going to stand behind Tan Sri where he is. So if you want to be in the picture, can you move back behind? And we are going to take a picture, a photograph of this moment today. Yes, Brother Azman kata nanti tak semua tak nampak. So Tan Sri will have to stand. Everyone else will stand behind you. Silakan. Prof. Ryoko, for your information, there are a lot of questions they want to ask you, but I told them later. Come on, please.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. One more, steady. 1, 2, 3. Freestyle one. Freestyle. Yes. 1, 2. I got 2 more. 1, 2, 3. Last one. Steady. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
May I announce it? To those who wants to perform salah, you can adjourn to the masjid. Yeah, masjid is just downstairs. Baru tu. Oh, cakaplah ini si Doraemon ke, si Duka ke, Giant ke. Tapi gila kan kita akhirnya sana lagi. Bawa dia masuk. Jangan yang saya bawa
I still remember very strong memory. She still remember us 2013. The last weekend, the last weekend.
I'm from the other side of country.
International. Turki. Turki. Bukan, dia Indonesia. Ikut tak? Kan ambil gambar. Bertiga. Penatkan aku tak kat gambar kat sini. Aku tak kat gambar.
Ini untuk that section only.
Oh,
No. You are not invited.
Come. This is Ibu Dita. Selamat berjumpa juga. Ayo. Terlalu Kawan ni tolong. Kawan ni semangat nak ke kuasa. One, two. Freestyle. 1, 2. That's my 1, 2, 3.
One more.
Hey, one more.
And Prof, you have to stand there.
Demanding betul. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Start. Okay, alright. Okay, Prof, gambar ini. Moderator and brother.
Strategi menegakkan tapi
Ini reactor tak ada. I think better use network. So I find it.
Yes.
So I copy and put it here.
I don't like this window.
Ah,
Then.
yeah. Cursor disappear. Okay. Okay.
This is a video. Can you play to make sure?
Oh, yeah. I put in
Okay, yes.
wired network because it. Slow. So that's here.
Yes.
Just play from here or need to.
Slideshow.
Like this.
Yeah, and to make sure the sound.
Okay. Oh, it's slow.
Why do we put the music?
This one has sound. Oh, maybe.
Sekarang lah, nanti kan. Sekarang juga kan. Okay. Banyak sangat depan. Kan itu ada school.
Dia kalau boleh sound ni pun boleh kan? Boleh. Sound dia keluar je. Alamak. Sekejap. There's one technique to make to share with sound. Pada kacau ni mic dia. Sediakan dia ada loop. Dia ada ni kan.
Buat divisi-divisinya.
Sini dia akan ni dah share sound. Share sound. Share sound. That's okay. Ni kalau aku nak tekan dia. Tekan juga bunyi kat sini sekali.
Apa yang mau dilakukan oleh kelompok gizi? Ini mereka akan membuat poster diketikkan saat makan, membuat presentasi makanan gizi,
Oh, you ke? I think only a little only sound.
It's not that one.
Just speech. Oh, doctor. Boleh. Ni kan Dr. Faizal lagi. Okay, I share. Or later you share screen. Okay. Share screen. Dapat. Dapat.
No, I thought you needed me to help you with something. No, I will sit there. Yes.
Okay. Okay, if everything's ready, then maybe we can start. Macam bunyi perlahan kan? Tak apalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala sayyidina wa habibina wa nabiyina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, professors. I would like to welcome you back to the Senate Hall for the afternoon sessions of the Education with Rahmah Symposium. I hope you have had a lovely lunch and also a lovely break. My name is Muhammad Razani from Kuliah of Education. Inshallah, I'll be the MC for this afternoon sessions. We have been delayed by quite like 15 minutes. We should start at 2:15. So this is something that we have to rush. So we will first start the afternoon session with the panel discussion, holistic education, the Japanese, Indonesia, and Malaysian exemplars. We are very honored and glad to have such an astounding panelist to be with us in this particular discussions. I would like to first introduce the names. The first panelist that we will be listening to is Assistant Professor Dr. Kanako Kusanagi, who is the GEM project leader from the Center for Advanced School of Education and Evidence-Based Research at the University of Tokyo, Japan. Welcome, Doctor. We also have our own professor, Professor Dr. Ainul Mazia Zubairi, who is the co-researcher GEM Project Malaysia, also a professor of education at the Kuliah of Education, IUM. And last but not least, we have Professor Tatang Suratno from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, who is the regional coordinator as well, GEM Project Indonesia. And for your information, the session will be moderated by Brother Muhammad Shawani Ahmad Sabri, who is the head of department, Early Childhood Education Department from University College Mawib International, and also co-researcher GEM Project Malaysia. So without any delay, I would like to pass the session to Brother Shawani, please.
All right, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. MC. All right, so let us continue our session for this afternoon session for panel discussion session. So in front of me, we have Assistant Professor Dr. Kanako Kusanagi, and we also have in the middle Prof. Dr. Ainul Mazia Zubairi, as mentioned by the MC just now. And the last panel will be Prof. Tatang Suratno from Indonesian University of Education. All right, so for the panel discussion session, we're going to have 3 sessions of different types of topics, but actually the session is about sharing session on the practices from 3 different countries, from Japan, from Malaysia, and also from Indonesia. Okay, so without further ado, I would like to call Assistant Prof. Dr. Kanako Kusanagi on the topic of the purpose of holistic and global citizenship education in Japan. You'll be given 20 minutes, Dr. Kanako.
Thank you, Sean, for nice introduction. So I think we are in the post-COVID-19 era. So I've known Sean for over 2 years, but it's my first time to meet him in person today. So it's quite amazing how what technology can do. And I would like to thank Lecturer Dean and Dr. Masula, head of this project, and Professor Ainur, and many panitia committee for helping today's event. And I welcome Malaysian researchers and teachers and Indonesian teachers and researchers for meeting us today. So I would like to discuss about holistic and global citizenship education in Japan. And I think many of the things I say is kind of repetition of this morning. So I will try to omit as possible and try to finish on time. Okay. It does not move. Okay, so I heard Kaizen is very famous in Malaysia. How many of you have heard of Kaizen? Okay, do you know what is Kaizen? Can you explain to me? Improvement. Right, right. So I think many of you knows Kaizen as improvement. And so I found this website. It is a Malaysian company who uses Kaizen in their company. And I also found this one. Malaysian bank is using Kaizen to help digitization of their employees. So Kaizen can be very helpful for accommodating the new challenges, but maybe you only know it is known as improvement. So actually Kaizen is a concept referring to business activity that continuously improve, like you said. And I think the most important part is involving all employees from the CEO to the assembly line workers. So everybody is involved in Kaizen. So Kaizen Teian is bottom-up improvement. Kaizen events is defined improvements. Kaikaku is radical change, and Kaishin is breakthrough innovation. So not only leaders do this innovation and improvements and suggesting changes, everyone, even the bottom level person is involved. I think if you have implemented Tokkatsu, you can see the similarities between Kaizen and Tokkatsu. So actually in Japanese society, I think this kind of social system to improve everyone's community is there. And the Japanese approach for me is building a social system that is our strength. What do I mean by that is, for example, in schools, we often say global citizenship is important for students. So we focus on global citizenship. And then for teachers, we often say teacher must be professional. Professional teachers, you have to be professional teachers. But then how do you connect this to daily activities? That is a missing concept, I think. I think lecturer said it this morning. Policy needs to be integrated into the practice, but how do we do that is an issue. So I think for us, we have a Tokkatsu, and the purpose of Tokkatsu is to nurture, engage community members, so they can be a participant, active participant in our society. And maybe today's audience is less familiar with lesson study, but I think some of you have practiced lesson study as well. And lesson study is not really a teacher's professional development program, but it is a way to care, how to build care and support for each other. I think Indonesian teacher I have a partnership with, they have been practice this and they build social relationships among teachers. So the purpose is not if you focus too much on global citizenship or professional teachers, you lose the process. But our objective is how to build this social system where we can achieve global citizenship through daily small practices. So going back to Malaysia, I heard national education philosophy of Malaysia is an ongoing effort toward further developing the potential of individuals in a holistic and integrated manner so as to produce individuals who are intellectually, spiritually, emotionally, and physically balanced and harmonious based on a firm belief in and devotion to God. So there is a strong holistic concept. And this is Japan, based on Basic Act on Education. Article 1 said, education must be provided with the aim of fully developing the individual character as we endeavor to cultivate a people that is sound in mind and body and imbues with the qualities that are necessary in the people who make up a peaceful and democratic nation society. So can you see the similarity between Malaysia and not Indonesia, because I do research about in Japan. So actually the concept is same like speakers this morning were saying. We have a common challenges in global citizenship education. How to accommodate to rapid change in VUCA society. And we have this bureaucratization and the professionalism of teachers because there is so much control to quality of education. It is actually well intended, but sometimes make teacher feel less motivated to try their own way because there is so much control from policymakers, from principal, from outsiders. And we have a challenge of lifelong learning. So before, maybe citizens can study at school, and after school, they can forget about studying anymore. They can just work. But nowadays, you have to continuously learn. I think university lecturers and teachers experienced in the COVID era, they have to struggle to learn how to teach online learning or how to teach distance learning. They cannot stop learning because technology is advancing. So we have to always chasing technology. So we have all this common challenge. And also diversing purposes of education. So in Japan, I think you know that we focus so much on examination because everybody had this imagination that if you are successful in education and if you get into good university and good company, you have a successful life. But I think we proved that is wrong. We are overworking and some of us are workaholic, not necessarily happy. Set a good sign smiling. Yeah, many of us work long hours. Maybe Malaysian, Indonesian people know how to enjoy life more than Japanese. I think many of us agree. Okay, maybe some people here also workaholic. Okay, and then meeting individual needs of students. Everybody has a different needs, so you cannot say this is a curriculum for you because different students need a different kind of education. And also ensuring inclusiveness and equity, accommodating to different social, cultural backgrounds of students and teachers and schools. So maybe the strengths of education in Japan is we have a holistic approach in education, and we have these three pillars: solid academic ability, rich humanity, and healthy body. And maybe many schooling systems around the world focus on solid academic ability, but others are less emphasized. So Tokkatsu, you have been hearing lots of stories from Tokkatsu. So Tokkatsu is another word called as special activities in English. And the purpose is to develop children's qualities and abilities through exercising their ways of viewing or thinking as members of group or society, making efforts to do various group activities voluntarily and practically, and solving problems in their own life or group life while making use of their good points and potentiality. So the following 3 points. So it is a way for us to prepare our future citizens for future society. And the characteristics of Japanese approaches, I don't have a time to go over all of them, but if I may emphasize some of them that is most relevant to Malaysian context, maybe, is the consistency and coherency. This is very important. So from kindergarten until high school, we focused on the same thing, building these three things I emphasize: healthy body, character building, and academic ability. And we accumulate it little by little. And we remind students to follow these things. So for example, if you tell students to be on time, and if teachers are not on time, you cannot teach them how to be on time. So sometimes I visit Japanese classrooms, and maybe 3 minutes before the school bell rings, I often see teacher looking at their clock, waiting for the bell to ring because they cannot be late. So if teacher is always in the classroom before the bell rings, students will sit down before the bell. But if no teacher in the classroom when the bell rings, maybe students also will not. So this kind of small thing, consistent and coherency, is very important. Ryoko sensei mentioned learning by doing, and learning by doing is very important because they learn how to take initiatives in their own educational activities. Again, this is very important. If you encourage students and say, okay, you have to take initiative in your own learning. And then if they propose something to the teacher, can we do this activity during the class time? And then teachers say, no, you can't. Then they maybe no longer want to take initiative. So this is another thing. And another thing is holistic and emotional educational experience. So Ryoko sensei mentioned this morning, cognitive and non-cognitive aspect is very important in education. But maybe sometimes we focus too much on cognitive aspect and we forget about we have an emotion, we have a body, and we have feelings. So maybe we hurt students' feelings without us realizing. By saying, no, you're wrong, then maybe they feel, oh, I'm wrong, then they don't want to try anymore. So we have to acknowledge they have an emotion. And also teachers also need to be cared. They cannot be always forced to do things to follow the curriculum. If they are chased by curriculum, always have to finish curriculum, maybe they also do not feel well. And another thing is democratic participation. That is very important in creating democratic society. So we need a humanistic approach, and I will show you some example later. So actually, Tokkatsu is so embedded in Japanese schooling system. So I teach Tokkatsu to teachers, student teachers in my university. Actually, they are confused. Which one is Tokkatsu? They don't know because it's already in their daily activities. So I asked them not to point out which one of these are Tokkatsu, but I asked them which one is your most memorable or enjoyable schooling experience. And they say school trips, festival, music festival, club activities, student council, school lunch. These are all Tokkatsu activities. So they enjoy Tokkatsu activity most in their school life. And they understand, oh, that was Tokkatsu. I see, they did not know. Okay, so now I want to ask you a question. So this is Ibu Selfie on the left, teacher in Santo Yusuf in Indonesia. She's a very good teacher. And this is the first time they have a student council meeting in elementary school, because in Indonesia, they don't have a student council. They just made a new one, taken initiative by students. And they set up 4 committees in school. So I saw it on the board. So I asked Ibu Selfie, what are these 4 committees for? And she did not answer my question. Why do you think she did not answer my question? Maybe you think she does not like me? No, actually she likes me. So she did not answer my question because she wanted a student to explain to me rather than from a teacher. So, left one is not a student. Me, so the right one, I think she's a so the right side is a student. She's a 5th grader. She explained to me in English what these 4 committees are for. So these kind of daily small things you do, you answer for students. You mean maybe good, you have a good intention, but actually you are taking away their voices. So, these small things you have to acknowledge from students. And I want to show you a little bit of what they are doing. Please pay attention how there is no teacher, but students does everything by themselves. And maybe you cannot hear the sound, it's too small. I tried to adjust with the technical person here, but it did not work, but you can see, I think. So the student said to sit down, pay attention. Look at the front. And please remember, this is their first meeting.
Is it the secondary school?
No, this is the elementary school. The one in the front is 5th grader. So they're explaining what they are going to do. I wish you can hear the sound because you can understand bahasa. So, okay, I stop here because you cannot hear, but they made up 4 committees. I don't remember all of them, but I think one of them was school safety. And then what are the other one, Ibu Dita? Heart division. Heart division. Nutrition division. Safety division. Yes, like that.
Yeah. Safety and nutrition division, heart to heart, it's about bullying issue. And then what else? It's about chores. Yeah. School chores. Yeah, like
cleaning.
like welcoming, like and then I need to forget. Yeah, it's about event, creative division. Yeah,
Creative division.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you,
Okay.
Rita. So, okay, so, you know, these 4 committees, they decided by themselves. Teacher did not assign them. So they take initiative because they feel responsible what they decided. If it's given by the principal or from teacher, student might not feel responsible. Okay, so going back to Japanese curriculum, so this is in the curriculum. So if you participated in Walls lesson study workshop on Tokkatsu yesterday, there are 3 purposes. So the first one is self-actualization. So you must chase your own dream. That's your life. But you also have to participate in society. That's the second one. And in order to do that, you have to first build human relationships. But I think in many subject learning activity, this part of building human relationships is lacking. So you have to find a way how to build relationships among students before they feel they can take own initiative in learning or collaborate with one another. And I don't want to say Japanese system is better than Indonesia or Malaysia. That is not my intention. I think you got it from this morning's presentation too. So we also have challenges. We having this Tokkatsu system does not mean our education system is perfect. Actually, we are very collectivistic society with monolithic culture. So we are actually not adaptable to accepting diversity or rapid changes. So these are the things we have to work together in order to change the way we treat our students. And we also have this egalitarian values, which is very good in one way, but egalitarian value wants to treat everybody as the same. So if there is a person who does not understand Japanese language, sometimes school cannot provide additional support to students because they feel it's kind of unfair. Not everybody gets same resources. But I think it does not work that way anymore since our society is changing. So I just want to point out our system is not perfect, and we are also trying to use Tokkatsu or lesson study to improve our system because, as you know from Kaizen, it is a never-ending continuous improvement. Okay, so I'm just going back. So what we need to do is we need to build this social system where everybody can participate and they enjoy their life and they support one another. So for me, well-being and happiness is the most important thing. And we need to build social support system to respect and love one another in a society. So GEM project, Masjula already discussed about this morning, so I will not go over, but we have a wonderful collaboration in doing this because we have a Tokkatsu, Malaysia has a Rahmah education, and Indonesia has a Bandung Masagi, and we learn from each other's holistic education system. That's for our 20 minutes. Okay. And we have this small kind of Tokkatsu lesson study since March 2022 to do lesson study on Tokkatsu, and we learn a lot from each other. This is ongoing, and Nambu Sensei is helping us a lot to inspire our Indonesian and Malaysian educators. And as I said, we have been having this program since 2000, but 2020. But we did not see each other until this year. And we just had an exchange program in Indonesia last month. And now we have an exchange program in Malaysia here. So that is all. And I just want to know if you want to learn a little bit more about lesson study, my book is coming in November. So thank you. And thank you so much for this opportunity. And I would like to continuously learn with one another. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Kanako, for very informative and interesting sharing. What I can conclude from this sharing session, Dr. Kanako did mention about building a social system just now. So I think when we first built the empathic kit, we look at the reflective situation. So it is something that we need to reflect in terms of the situation before we build the social system, because based on the Tokasu, you have 4 types of level, right? So that 4 level is one of that we found out during the research session is the reflective situation. I hope that we have more time to listen to you, to hear something, but we have a very limited and short of time. So next, we are going to call Prof. Dr. Ainul Maziah Zubairi to share on the practice from Malaysia perspective on nurturing empathic, responsible, and engaged global citizen in Malaysia. Please welcome Prof. Dr. Ainul.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon. I would like to welcome our international delegates, even though it's already in the afternoon. Selamat datang. Welcome to Kuala Lumpur. Welcome to Malaysia. Our delegates from Japan and Indonesia. I hope we have had a good time this afternoon, but also I hope that our colleagues, our friends from Japan and Indonesia get the time to view Kuala Lumpur and Malaysia before you leave. Okay, can I be this enabled, please? Because I'm doing from here. All right, so what I'm going to share with you some of the things that we have discovered or gone through in this project, leading to where we are today. And at the beginning of this presentation, I probably will be echoing what we heard in the morning from Tan Sri Rector to Prof. Ryoko, and also some of the things that Dr. Kanako mentioned in her presentation. Okay. I will be I will also take you through with the narratives of where we are. Sorry. Why this doesn't work? Okay. All right. So I was given this topic, but like I said, what I'm going to take you through is the narration of where we are and how we got where we are today with this project, and where we think that Malaysia should be heading and should be doing in terms of achieving the aspiration of the national education philosophy, and also embedding or promoting education with Rahmah in this country. Yeah. So you see here the background of education in Malaysia. So one of the first things I think you see in the pictures of the school children in Malaysia is that the makeup of the children in the schools are of different ethnic background, different colors, if I can use the term, and also different beliefs. Yeah. So we've got the colorful children in school, and the school has only one objective, which is governed by the national philosophy of education. Okay? And as mentioned in the earlier presentation this morning, the objective of the education system is for a holistic education. Okay? And we define holistic in terms of the 4 aspects of an individual development, be it intellectual, emotional, spiritual, physical, in order to build the character or develop the person to be sejahtera. And we want to use the word sejahtera, as Tan Sri Rector mentioned this morning, because there's no one English word that defeats the meaning of sejahtera in terms of harmonious, the harmony of the person when he or she functions in the society. Okay? So that's how we define. So those are the objectives. That's where we want to get. And it's been 65 years since we achieved our independence from being colonized by the British. And this philosophy was formulated in 1988. So this is 30 over years already. But where are we in terms of education in the country? And what is the product? How do we measure how far we have succeeded in the objective of the as stipulated in the national education philosophy? Now, okay, so this is where my narration begins. I am a product of the education system in Malaysia as far as from early childhood, primary, secondary. That's where I stopped. Okay, because after that, many of us here went abroad for education. But yeah, so the objective of the education when we send our children in Malaysia, in the beginning was for unity and for nation building, because we saw this now, again from the pictures, that we are made up of society of different colors, different religion, different first language, yeah, different food that we eat. So there's a necessity to when the children are under one roof, to unite them. So, but when you see, when we ask or when we reflect on how we have been assessing or evaluating how successful the education has been in the last 30 years after the formulation of the national education philosophy. So we see that through this education system in Malaysia, the major way of, or the major focus of measuring our success has been this. Okay? So the bold or the acronyms there, the abbreviation UPSR, SPM, those are national examinations. Okay? So most of us Malaysians in this room are the product of this national education, in which we had to seek for at least 3 national examinations, standardized, and you cannot run away if you are in the system. And that's how we have been measured in terms of success in education. Okay? So in other words, if I can crudely say, for 30 years that we have had the national education philosophy, we've mainly focused when we measure success in education through the national examinations. So if we go back to our philosophy just now, and we talk about holistic, so where does exam results fall? Okay? So we had 4 aspects of the development of a human: cognitive, emotional, physical, and spiritual. Okay? So where is SPM in terms of measuring spiritual development, UPSR, or the other national exams? There's none, right? So that's where we fall short, because this is success, straight A's. Yeah? And these children who get straight A's in the national exams, they either get scholarships. Most of us here, in the last national examination that we scored many A's in, we were sent abroad. In the 1980s, those who do well, like many of us here, we were sent abroad, yeah, to do our tertiary education, because that's how they measure success. And we're supposed to bring in the technology and the knowledge back to the country in order to promote the values and the knowledge that we brought from abroad, right? But so that's how that's how like 30 years has brought us. Yeah? Emphasis has been given so much on intellectual success, even though ironically, the national education philosophy, the philosophy says that there are so many other aspects that we should be focusing on, right? So as I said just now, so why was that? Okay. So we couldn't run away from that because of the exam-oriented system that we were stuck in, right? So as you see there, there's 6 years of primary education, 3 years of early secondary, lower secondary, and 2 years of upper secondary. And then if you go to the post-secondary, there's 1 year of post-secondary. So that's the flow of the education as far as Malaysian schools are concerned. So that's the first national examination. It's called the UPSR. Okay. The name changed over the years. During my time, it was not UPSR, but it was there. At the end of early primary, the end of primary, there's one national examination. Okay. And at the end of the third year, early secondary, there's another national examination that no child can escape from. Okay? That's the PT3. That's when they are 15 years old. Right? Then at the end of this last year of the secondary, there's another national examination that measures success and therefore measures success of the whole education. And it's called the SPM. Okay, and then actually, if you move on, some children went on to the post-secondary for 1 or 2 years. There's actually another national examination that they have to take, but majority of us stop there at the third examination, national examination, and then we went to tertiary. Right, so we couldn't run away despite having the philosophy and all the aspiration to develop a holistic person in the different aspects of a person is because of the examination. Now, so in 2020, when COVID came to this part of the world, so for us, especially I think for this research group, it was kind of a blessing. Okay? Because we got a window to find out what are some of the things that we can do change in the society to get away from this exam-oriented education system, to go back and revisit our national education philosophy, and to do some changes as a way forward in order to go back to the philosophy and in order to achieve what we originally want to achieve in terms of human development and humanizing education. So in a way, the COVID was a blessing because when they came, then we had to be in mask, we had to stay at home. So we couldn't have, just like in many other countries, there were school closures. So we had school closures as well. So we were part of the 1.2 million school children who didn't go to school. And we were part of the 40 million children worldwide that missed out on early childhood education as well. And in total, we had 4.9 million students in pre-primary and secondary schools in Malaysia that was affected by the pandemic and not going to school and having to have the school in between 2021 and 2020 and 2021, having to do their school online. Okay? So that was the time this project began. So when these examinations were disrupted, so we actually had access to the children who went to school online, and at that time in 2021 and late 2020, that's when they decided that these national examinations could not happen. Okay? Well, the students started to continue to study online, but these national examinations had to stop. So the UPSR had to stop, the PT3 had to stop, But inevitably, the last examination, the SPM, which is at the end of the secondary education, had to go on simply because it's the gatekeeper to go to the tertiary education. Because without that cert, it's difficult to decide who gets to go to which university and what stream or what areas of studies in the tertiary education. Right? So this was when we came in and talked to the students, the school children. And that's where you saw this morning, the videos and some excerpts of what the children say. So those are the voices of the children who, for them, education still went on, but teachers were thinking of education in a different paradigm from the students. Okay? So I will summarize to you some of the things that we thought could be revisited during this time, because now the way forward in the education in Malaysia because of the pandemic is that we have, what has happened in 2022 is that we have lessened the burden of national examination in the school system by abolishing the first national examination, which is the UPSR. So children at the end of the primary education now starting from 2022, do not have to take the UPSR anymore. PT3 is in 2022 is no longer a national examination, but a school-based assessment. But SPM stays as it is, right? So does that change the society? Does that make parents, does that make stakeholders happy? Right? So these are excerpts that we got from the social media and the media, okay, from different stakeholders. I will do the translation later. Yeah? So the first one, jangan biarkan anak anda ketinggalan dalam pelajaran. Walaupun UPSR PT3 dibatalkan, anak anda tetap kena belajar. Okay. Who do you think this come from? Parents, teachers, or students? Parents, yes. Parents still wanted to see the grades. The second one, mak ayah wajib bimbang pelajaran anak terabai walaupun tiada lagi, walaupun tiada lagi peperiksaan besar. They're saying it is compulsory to worry about the education of your children being left behind, even though there's no big examination, like national examinations. Who do you think that come from? Where do you think that come from? Both teachers and parents. Majority, the last one, majority pelajar hilang minat belajar. So this comes from schools. They're saying that most children do not want to have less motivation to learn or motivation to go to school because there's no more examination. Since there is no target to do well in examination, students lose their minat, their interest to learn. Okay? These are what the stakeholders say. But remember the video that you heard in the morning? What were some of the things that the children say? Did they worry? So we had series of online, because these are all during the pandemic. So we had online sessions with school children, the city children, children from different demographic backgrounds and different parts of Malaysia. Okay. These are some of the excerpts that we got from the children. As you hear this morning, the word happy, suka, saya suka pergi sekolah, happy to go to school, repeatedly by different children from different parts of Malaysia and from the different ethnic groups. Children were happy to go to school. So on the other hand, what we heard from the stakeholders and from the social media is that the parents, the schools, the teachers are worried that the students are not interested to go to school. Okay? So these are the contradictions. And okay, we also found that because learning had to take place online, so students had to be at home, but they're actually going to school. Right? So we also found different personal issues that actually children come with as they have to do online learning. So one of these, is a child said, I can't really focus in class. If you hear the excerpts this morning, maybe not in this video that we showed in the morning, but the longer video, she said that she can't concentrate going to school online because I've not seen my father for almost a year. Okay? So when we showed this video to the other researchers, all our heart fell for the girl. Yeah? We felt for the girl. It was a girl. Okay, and because of that, she said that her emotions are very affected by that. The fact that because the father was working in Singapore and they live in Johor Bahru, so the border was closed. It's been a year. She stuck with the mother. She had to go to school every day, but she was thinking of her father. Right? So those are personal issues. Saya rindu cikgu. This is what we heard this morning. Okay, that's happiness for the children going to school because they're happy to see the teacher. Saya tak suka online. They don't like to go to school online because they don't have the opportunity to see their friends. So as you see here, yeah, from the voices of children, it contradicts from the earlier worries and the earlier worries of the stakeholders about student not having motivation, or student not having competition to want to go to school, not wanting to learn. But in reality, their worries and their feelings are actually different from what the stakeholders feel. So what have we understood from the voices of children, from listening to all the children? So this is where we think that in making sure that we achieve the aspiration of the national education philosophy, so we have to go back to being to understand the children, okay, through the spirit of Rahmah, for Rahmatan lil Alamin, for the benefit of all in the society. And in summary, so some of the things that we learn, we've got to understand and put priority to children's feelings when we design the curriculum or we handle teaching and learning. And we've got to understand students' challenges. So every child comes with a short story of their life. Okay, so and also the needs and wants. So there are also children's needs and wants as far as their education is concerned. Okay. And of course, we also sat down with teachers during the pandemic. So there are quite a number of things that we've found. But these are some 3 things that I think we consistently found among the teachers. We've got no problem with teachers verbalizing what the national education philosophy is. So in terms of theory, they can elaborate, they can close their eyes and read out the national philosophy. But this is only the product that they talk about. Very little was talked about in terms of the process. Okay? So from the morning when Tan Sri Rector talked about humanizing education, when Prof. Yoko and Dr. Kanaki talk about education, is all about process, a lot about process. Yeah, but teachers are focusing more on the product. When that probably the exam orientedness of the system before the pandemic explain why we just focus on the product. Okay? And also the academic achievements. So where is this well-balanced society and sejahtera person and a balanced individual? Where do all this come? Well, in most cases, we did not hear indications of that in the voices of the teachers. Okay? So this is where we thought that before we can be like Tokatsu in Japan, or before we can do what the Indonesia are doing, perhaps one of the first things that we have to do is to go back and reflect and go back to the teachers, because teachers are the ones who mobilize education. Okay? So this is where we the output of the research is to come up with this empathy kit, which takes through how to look at children in a different way, in such that then teachers can be a little bit more empathic in promoting the education with Rahmah. And empathy kit is followed by the mindset change module, in which we have started doing the trainings of teachers from different schools to make the teachers realize, yeah, as much as the cognitive success is very important in education, there are so many other dimensions and the values that we have to instill in the children. And through these modules, we hope that we can mobilize education and teacher education in Malaysia for both the in-service and pre-service teachers. So with that, I think I end here in the narration of where we are and how we see the way forward in humanizing education in the spirit of education with Rahmah, as far as Malaysia is concerned. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi.
Thank you, Prof. Dr. Ainul Mazia Zubairi, for very wonderful and insightful session, sharing on, I think, Prof, the pandemic is the courage for us to change, actually. But because of the emphasis on intellectual success before, so that is the stopping point that we are not discovering how to change in terms of that. So, but what I learned from this research personally is from the Rahmah framework that we developed together with the Malaysian team, we have discovered that before we start with the continuous process, we need to have a mindset change. And that mindset changes is reflecting on the action, the belief, and also the behavior of the teachers, the human being, because we are the human architect actually. All right, so the next presenter is Prof. Tatang Suratno on the topic of school as a center for educational research. But Prof. Tatang did mention to me, we cannot ask him a question because of the school is without answer, right? So we are not allowed to ask any question to him. All right. Okay. So Prof. Tatang, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sean. It also means, Sean, you have to ask to yourself and find answer within you. So thank you very much for this opportunity. As Sean mentioned that my topics today is about school as the center of research. So I would like to share with you and introduce to you as well the researchers that works at school, and will share you some of practice. Initially, I will only show the video, but considering the time, I changed the video from 20 minutes to 10 minutes. So someone has been seen this. But anyway, as just to introduce you, because Professor Mastura asked me to deliver this theme. So anyone say that during COVID, yeah, we should rethink of education. And then I think that it is a good time for us to ask whether we will continue our schooling or we can have another form of school. So that's the question that we have to ask, whether we can sustain our school system of today, or we will, copy jargon learning loss. So after that, whether we also can have a schooling loss if we do not have a kind of inquiry into the school life. So this is the story of our way to find out the possibility of locating school as the center of educational research. And before I start the video, I would like to introduce you to my fellow teachers over there. And they are the researchers from the school, and they are something like share you their experience about being a self-initiated school researchers. Okay, now we will listen to their experience through this video, and I hope you enjoy the show. And yeah, let's go.
Selamat pagi, jangan lupa cek suhu dan cuci tangan.
We have started the lesson study in the school since 2016. We were engaged to collaboratively design the lessons, carefully observe the students' learning, and mutually share our reflections about what we learned from the students and from the colleagues. In reality, it was uneasy. There's something feels still hidden.
A hint came up in the end of 2018. Tsuneyoshi Sensei and colleagues visited our school and introduced Tokatsu. It glimpsed like cleaning chores, having lunch together. Nothing special. It's janitor's work. But think again, it is more than that. So, in 2019, we visited schools in Japan. Tokatsu and lesson study are indivisible. Integrating both of them is like creating a learning compass, well-being, as though we found the way to revive the spirit of the school, nurturing the compassionate learners within caring community. I immediately kicked off this integrated approach in the kindergarten.
July 2019, we opened the new school with new approaches, attending and supporting to the total development of the child during the first 2 weeks, called as Golden Week period. Next few weeks, we designed Tokatsu activities as foundation for the thematic learning. Golden Week and Tokatsu became the focus of our lesson study in that semester. Miracle. Gradually, children could begin to be comfortably away from their parents, manage their emotion, tell stories and play together with their classmates, even resolve fights by their own way. Gradually, we also engaged them to talk about their class, what they like, what they need, and what they want. When they started to understand the meaning of the meeting, we let them discuss about taking turns of leading the class, cleaning the floor, serving the lunch, and being on duty as love troopers.
Incredible! Children were able to map out the sites to clean, manage the tasks, make a shift, and work in tandem with the janitors. They were able to solve the initial problems such as making queue, determining the meal portions, being patient until everyone's ready to eat together, cleaning up the leftovers, and being mindful in the washing area so that the floor will not be muddy, slippery, and dirty.
Only just amazed by children's development, inspired by their authenticity, March 2020, the pandemic hit. Everyone's panic. Then I sent the message to keep everyone calm.
The pandemic has raised our awareness that lesson study and Tokatsu are important. We were so lucky having tried to integrate both as to cultivate the foundational development of the whole child. Our challenge was to maintain each child's development at home. We then engaged parents to do lesson study to undergo inquiry circle.
First, we discussed the role of reflection, empathy, and design in creating a safe and engaging situation for all. Second, we designed daily mission so that the children could do tokatsu at home. Third, we encouraged the parents to listen to their child's initiative, keep restraint so as to avoid making judgment, carefully observe the way the child underwent with the mission, and reflect together with the child. We invited the parents to share their reflections on things that they rarely observe in their child's development. From that, we designed the next mission.
When suddenly I was appointed to lead the elementary school, I applied similar approach.
July 2020, the pandemic was racing. Starting off the new school year, we invited colleagues from kindergarten to do collective reflection and then design the inquiry circle. We do hope that the lesson study and tokatsu could transform learning lost into learning journey.
We proceeded the first school day by conducting the online Golden Wings activities. Through screen, we engaged students to know themselves, their body, senses and mind, to recognize their peers and their teachers. Then they learned about listening, expressing, discussing, and collaborating with each other. Finally, the students managed their class meeting so as to define the classroom goal and to design the classroom culture.
Apparently, in the afternoon, students continued the online class meeting. They appeared with the initiative of establishing various interest-based clubs. These comunitas created and managed after-school activities. For example, a club held an afternoon storytelling session for their juniors. There was also collaborative work, for example, between the drawing and coding club. They designed a COVID game together. Also a club that invited community engagement.
Selamat siang dokter. Jadi hari ini kami mau mewawancarai dokter mengenai COVID-19. Ngomong-ngomong dokter gimana kabarnya? Baik?
After-school program inspired students to form the school subject clubs. For example, Mathematics Club designed and delivered a lesson on fractions to their classmates.
We then engaged the students to design the life projects. Throughout the year of 2021, we recognized the curriculum into a project-based learning. Tokatsu, Golden Week, and Comunitas, as well as lesson study, played important role. Thanks God, during pandemic, we precisely could see the life.
Saya suka kemarin dari MPLS kemarin anak-anak dikasih kesempatan buat diskusi, buat mereka bisa bekerja sama dengan teman-temannya nyari project gitu. Belajar aja salah juga nggak apa-apa karena belajar itu ya proses gitu banyak.
January 2022, school reopened, a new challenge to rebuild our learning compass. Welcoming to the new normal, we created Teacher Cycle. We excavated the processes of self-inquiry, caring relationship, and creative innovations. Until July 2022, we have gathered 11 times. Initially, we discussed about Tokatsu books, dress carefully, things that could be directly applied and indirectly recontextualized. We learned that small activities, even subtle things, can make a difference to the development of the whole child.
The following session led us to two profound keywords, seeing both the seen and the unseen, and Mitori. These are essential for observing the students with clarity, seeing their development holistically. No image, avoid stereotype. When we shared our Mitori, it was so flowing and insightful, as we found again the uniqueness, the essence, and the potentialities of the students and of ourselves. Doing Mitori engages us to reflect on what is assessment. While observing the live project, we opened the room for students to do self-assessment. Also, we invited parents to reflect on their child's development. Finally, we challenged students to design the report card even differently.
It was an unusual day to end the school year. Lower graders convened a conference and a gallery walk where teachers and parents listen to and reflect on students' project. Another classes gathered a retreat to reflect on their classroom life. Upper graders held work festivals and performance. Ending the school year, I invited teachers to share their reflection. I carefully listened to their insight. I was shivering. I could feel the energy, the look of their inner eyes, and the gleam of light from their heart.
Unfolding the explicit meaning, unfolding the implicit one, looking at the life as life itself, observing the entanglement of the unfolding and the unfolding of our own development, that is holographic view. Tokatsu is a learning space for students to look at their inner motivation and to express their authenticity. Lesson study engages the teachers to reconnect with what is obvious and subtle as insight for designing both direct and indirect approach to students' development. Integrating Tokatsu and lesson study gives the principal and parents, including societies, with meaningful implications to creating conscious and contextual situations that foster the development of holistic education.
Holographic view, a holistic view to look at this beautiful of life. So colorful, meaningful, full of love. Namaste.
Hi Lisa, Dion, Agung, Gio, Farron, Ryder. Thank you for being my friends. You for helping. No, thank you for helping me doing this project. God bless you.
So thank you, Prof. Tatang, for sharing the experience on the practice from Indonesia. So what I can conclude from the school as a research center, because you asked me to not to ask the question to you, so I have to conclude by myself. All right. So actually, what we have found during this research for the past 2 years, again about the continuous process, when we seen about the practice from Japan, the practice from Malaysia, and also the practice from Indonesia, the courage is the pandemic, I must say. Right, and then the continuous process is about how we change our belief and how we change and see the uniqueness of our practice and how we implement the practices itself. So the sustainable well-being and education for all might be not the change anymore, but the courage for us to do something as mentioned by the Prof. Ryoko in the morning. We must do something in terms of learning by doing, and mentioned by Prof. Emeritus Tan Sri, the courage for change too is a must, but it must come from ourselves, our own self. All right, so finally we come to the end of the session. On behalf of GEM and Education with Rahmah Secretariat, I would like to thanks again to all representative speakers for the informative and wonderful sharing. And hopefully we will move forward and taking this as part of our collaborative works towards the betterment of our education and the right of our children. With that, thank you and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, our brother Muhammad Shahwani, for moderating the session, and also thank you to all the panelists that have shared your insights on the issue. Before that, I would like to respectfully welcome Tan Sri Rector. If you wouldn't mind to take the seat with among the panelists, or you would rather stay there. I'm not sure. It's up to you. If you okay. Thank you, Tan Sri. Okay, we will proceed to our next agenda. We have a video presentation of the Toyota Foundation Research Programs on the Triad Countries Experiences. So let's take a look at the video presentation together.
Psychology, alright, di IIUM International Islamic University, dan kemudian melanjutkan sarjana psikologi.
Fresh cut grass, one cold beer. Thank the Lord, I am here and now. Here and now. Summer dress, favorite part. Bless your soul, we are here and now. Here and now. I'm wide awake, so what's the point of dreaming when your life is great? Celebrate the feeling, celebrate the feeling. Oh! Can't complain about much these days, I believe we'll be okay. Oh, 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 oh. Can't complain about much these days, I believe we'll be okay. Oh, 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 oh. We'll scream it out, I believe we'll be okay. Sun-kissed skin on my lips. Thank the Lord, I am here and now. Here and now. Fireflies after dark. Bless your soul, we are here and now. Here and now. I'm wide awake, so what's the point of dreaming when your life is great? Celebrate the feeling, celebrate the feeling.
Singkat saja, tetapi saya belajar banyak. Ketika tadi diminta untuk duduk bersama di ruangan, saya bertemu dengan Ibu Rugayah, Madam Rugayah. Namaste. Saya akan mengutip kata-kata beliau. Bukan soal usia, Ibu. Bukan soal usia, tetapi saya dapat insight dan itu terasa di hati. Saya belajarnya begini, beliau bilang belajar dari buayan sampai wafat. Lalu kata yang kedua, manusia berguru dengan manusia lagi. Artinya itu yang sudah kita lakukan 2-3 tahun ini pun, 2-3 hari ini pun, beberapa masa mendatang. Kita akan sama-sama berguru dengan Bapak Ibu, apapun profesinya, artinya tingkatannya. Bukan soal leader, bukan soal teacher, bukan soal staff, tapi kita akan sama-sama. Manusia berguru dengan manusia juga. Ternyata ketika duduk bersama itu, kita seronok mendengarkan guru-guru kawan kita bercerita. Yang terakhir, kita itu sama-sama bercerita, nggak cuma cerita suksesnya, kadang ada challenge-nya, kadang ada tantangannya, kadang ada deritanya, baik dengan prasangka atau tidak dengan prasangka, baik prasangka baik atau prasangka buruk. Tetapi ada masanya begini. Namun ketika kita menemukan problem, namun tidak boleh mematahkan semangat. Ketika kita menemukan problem, kita tidak boleh mematahkan semangat.
And I feel so grateful that I was involved in this Tokatsu team. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mastura, Sabaria, my teachers also, Madam Zurina Amira and Madam Hawaria, yeah, my team. Since it's a new project to our school, and it's so amazing because at the same time, Abim School is involving in the character building of the students. It's a coincidence that that's why I support this project, and hopefully we will engage well together with all my friends, fellow friends, teachers in Indonesia and everywhere, and also Japan. And I've told my board of director that this is a world-class project.
Complain about much these days. I believe we'll be okay. Oh, 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 oh. Can't complain about much these days. I believe we'll be okay. Oh, 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 oh. Can't complain about much these days. I believe we'll be okay. Oh, 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 oh. Let's scream it out. I believe we'll be okay.
Okay, thank you so much. But it's a bit odd if we don't have some sort of a brief comments following the video presentation. So before we move to the next session, maybe Dr. Mastura wants to say something just very briefly about the video.
Actually, all right. After coming back from Japan for 2 months, and then I was here, then I'm thinking like, even though IIUM Educare, and then IIUM Setiabudi Primary School, okay, they are willing. I mean, we conduct pilot study. We choose them as a pilot school together with Abim School. Then we have conducted training. I mean, we conducted training using our mindset change module. Okay, but we feel like, you know, it's good if we can learn from evidence-based practices. So then I would like to thank you to Toyota Foundation and also the schools, because they are willing. I mean, the school really support. They go using their own money. I mean, the school's money, and then but there are few we also get some allocation from Toyota Foundation to sponsor, but not fully, and the rest are by the schools. So so this is where, because there in Indonesia, we went to 3 schools, Gagas Ceria, they are also here, the teachers. Okay, thank you. All right, and then we went to Santo Yusuf. Okay, and then another school is Salman Al Farisi. Unfortunately, Salman Al Farisi, they are not able to join us today. But yeah, 3 schools we went, and then the teachers witness evidence best practices, and then I believe that they can do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Mastura. I did not mean to throw you under the bus, but thank you. It's very nice explanation about the video. Okay, so we are now going to the next discussion, roundtable discussions. But before that, I would like to kindly request the previous panelists to move to give seats to the next panelists that we are having. In this roundtable discussions, we are going to listen to first Mr. Nobuhiro Setoguchi, who is an international consultant for a project in Egypt. And then we have the second speaker, who is the Vice Chancellor, University College Mawib International, Professor Dr. Wan Muhammad Azizi Wan Sulaiman. And last but not least, we have Professor Kazuhiko Nambu, who will also be part of the panel discussion. Thank you, Prof. Ainul, Prof. Tatang, and also Dr. Kanaki. With that, I invite the next panelists. Okay, for everyone's information, the roundtable discussions will be moderated by Associate Professor Dr. Siti Rafi'ah Abdul Hamid from Kuliah of Education. Please, so I pass the session to Dr. Thank you.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon to all our respected guests and also our panelists. First and foremost, I would like to welcome you to the roundtable discussion, and allow me to introduce our panelists for the day. So for the first panelist is going to be Mr. Nobuhiro Setoguchi, right? A little bit about him. He's the international consultant, and also I think serving for FADICO and also JICA project in Egypt. And furthermore, a little bit more about him. He has been currently involved in introducing Tokatsu in primary school education, and prior to that, he was engaged in several projects in Sierra Leone and Vietnam, Iraq, and also Japan International Cooperation Agency (JICA). And he also worked for the Ministry of Education Japan, MAX, between 2008 right up to 2011. All right, and the next one is Prof. Dr. Wan Muhammad Azizi Wan Sulaiman. All right, okay, a little bit about him. Prof. Dr. Wan Muhammad Azizi bin Wan Sulaiman is actually the medical doctorate and Master in Herbal Medicine and PhD in Pharmacology. Is a Vice Chancellor at PICOM International University College. And this university college is actually an institution established in 1993 under Majlis Agama Islam, Wilayah Persekutuan Mawib, patronized by Royal Highness Seri Paduka Baginda Dipertuan Agong. And the establishment of this college was to cater the needs for the B40 families. So this is most welcoming. Yeah? And it's serving under Zakat Endowment Fund and also entrusted to become Wakaf-based university. So prior to that, he was also an academician and also researcher at the Kuliah of Pharmacy, International Islamic University, Malaysia. And he has done extensive research and as well as writing. Yeah? Okay, for the last panelist is going to be Prof. Kazuhiko Nambu. And Prof. Kazuhiko Nambu is actually a specially appointed professor at the Foreign Studies at Bankyo Gakuin University, Tokyo. I hope I pronounced it correctly. I'm not so familiar with the Japanese term. He is the director of the Child Language Education Center and also the Teacher Training Center, and formerly a teacher at a public elementary school in Tokyo, the vice principal and also principal administrator of the personnel department of the Tokyo Metropolitan Government Office of Education. And he's also the principal of Bankyo Gakuin University Girls Junior and Senior High School before assuming the current position. And he has great interest in research, including dissemination and support of the Japanese style, the Katsu model of education and development of teachers with the ability to contribute internationally. All right, without further ado, I would like to call upon the first panelist, Mr. Nobuhiro Sakaguchi, to present his ideas. Welcome.
Thank you very much, dear professors, teachers, and colleagues. My name is Setoguchi. I am from Japan, but I am currently involved in the project in Egypt, introducing Tokkatsu, or the holistic model of the education project since 2015. So today I am going to talk about my experience involved in that particular project. So although I'm from Japan, you see a lot of pictures from Egypt. Okay. Prior to our project started, there was a large-scale educational transformation or the educational reform happening in the region called Middle East and North Africa, where Egypt is situated. There is an initiative called Life Skill and Citizenship Education in the Middle East and North Africa. This was the initiative led by the UNICEF, or the international agencies, to reform the education in the region to more meaningful ones. Like Malaysia, the education is still more exam-oriented. Children go to school for cramming the knowledge so that they will take a good mark at the end of the secondary education. So that was a time that we were we went to this region. Then through this initiative, Egypt started the reform in 2018. That was a time that they drastically changed the education. They call it education 2.0. Let me go to the next slide. Okay. In 2018, they followed the initiative and they changed the education to the 21st century skill-oriented ones. They had a lot of features. They are more learner-centered approach they took, and then rather than the knowledge or the exam, they want more personal development or the character building. They were focusing on since then. And then in year 2018, they started from KG1 to the grade 1. And then since then, they are progressing each year one grade up. So currently they're reaching to the grade 3 primary school. And then coming October, they have a new academic year starts, so that this new education will be reaching to the grade 5 level at the primary school. Then since this reforms is more practical oriented or the character building oriented, so that's the background where the Tokkatsu was sort of the under the spotlight in that in their educational reform. So it was very timely that we were in. Then perhaps many of you have seen this table already. This is the official time curriculum structure of Japanese primary school education. There was a special period called special activity, or usually called tokatsu in short. And then each year, primary school student, each grade have approximately 35 period a year for this sort of activities, including in addition to the regular subject, language, mathematics, science, as well as moral study or the foreign languages. Then this is the table showing the timetable in Egypt since 2018. They allocated 45 minutes of tokatsu a week for at least a lower primary school student until grade 4, currently under the new education called Education 2.0. And then also those subject-based studies were transformed into a multidisciplinary sort of the group of learning. All language, mathematics, histories, those are mixed and put it into a one basket called multidisciplinary. That's currently it is. Then that was the official curriculum. But in addition to that, we have some model school, the demonstration school under our project. Currently, we have about 60 of such school around the nation in Egypt. And there we are also trying out some more extracurricular side of the activities. In addition to the curriculum period, those demonstration school trying some short self-study time by student lead those activities. Then also the student meeting in the morning as well as at the end of the day, student lead the short meeting among themselves. And also in the middle of the day, they do have a special period for cleaning so that all of them will take a role and then clean the rooms where they study. This is tried in our model school in Egypt. Then this is a sort of the concept. Tokatsu is not just a standalone activity or the learning. It is more on a sort of the foundation or the foundation for all learning activity in schools. So this is I try to conceptualize these things. This activity will be used for making a team building among the classmates, especially the classmates. So when they experience tokatsu, they will be more become more communicating each other, and also the student, the same class, will be more what we call it, a positive atmosphere will be generated among the classmates. So tokatsu not merely making the character building, but also it's good for other subject study as well. So that is why many Japanese primary school teachers uses it for class management. Before they kick off the study activity, they will be making the sort of the digging the soil and the level, and then make the soil better for growing larger tree. That sort of the concept is behind the Japanese school teachers. So that's the slide that I wanted to tell here. And also tokatsu can be used as a catalyst for changing the student learning. because it is a more fun. It generates more fun activity at school, and also it's based on the real school life situation is used. So it is more practical one. And then also they are sharing the roles in school. So many students will be responsible, feeling responsible for in going to school or going to class and taking part activities, and then and so on. It is good for student learning as well as the teachers. It is also there are some impact on the teachers as well, because teachers need to facilitate more student-centered activity in the classroom. And then they have to look at the side of the social and emotional development of students. And then they have to be responsible. Teachers will have to be responsible on each and every student, their learning and development. So they'll be more conscious on each student development. And then they can also respect the initiative of students rather than teachers forcing or asking students to do. So there are many aspects on change happening on the teachers as well through the experience of Tokkatsu. Okay, from here I'm going to tell you something example from the Egypt. This is how we train the teachers in Egypt. We are first developing a guide for teachers. On the right side, these are the teachers' guide of Tokkatsu in Egypt. Then after that, the JICA export in Egypt will be first train the Egyptian trainers. We call it Tokkatsu officers. They are the supervisors or the trainers in the Ministry of Education. We have about 100, approximately 100 of such people currently. And those Egyptian trainers will be training teachers in Egypt. This cascade system will be used there. Here's a real situation of the, oops. Okay, thank you. Okay, this is a scene from the teacher training recently happened in Egypt. And a group of a few trainers will be handling about 30, 40 teachers in Egypt like this. And then Tokkatsu is more practical oriented activities. So we also involve them in practical activities. On the left side, sorry, it's not changing yet. Okay. Okay. Yes, the picture on the left is the sort of the mock lesson. A group of teachers went on a stage, and they will try like a student and do the mock lesson. And on the right side, this is the scene of the chairperson. Oh. Okay. The one on the right, they take the role of the chairperson as well as the note taker in the class discussion. Even the trainers will put some hats to show what role they are. Okay. Sorry, it's a little slow. Supposed to be in the next slide, but okay, thank you. Yes, yes. This is a scene of the school-based teacher training. We also utilize a lesson study style teacher training. It's in a real situation of the Tokkatsu class activities. Teachers are observing on the left side. And on the right side, it is a discussion session after observing the lessons. So it's taking time to go to the next page. Computer, maybe, yes. Okay, yes, this is the scene, another scene of the class activity. It's involved the decision or the goal setting as well as practicing it of the student. Okay, yes, and the theme was the washing hands. So at the end, students are practicing the washing hands. That was a picture that I was about to show you, but I'm sorry, the computer is kind of slow, so let me move on. Then okay, this is the scene of the hand washing. Okay, this is a scene of the class discussion. Okay, and then at the end, let me explain to you about the some impact we observed in through the project. This is the baseline and end-line study that we conducted. One on the left is the EJS, stand for the Egyptian Japanese School, where we demonstrate the practice of Tokkatsu since 2015. And on the right side, it is a regular school that we took it as a what you call it, a control school. If we did a questionnaire survey, and we asked the teachers and parents some questions related to the development of the non-cognitive skills of students, like grit, self-control, self-efficacy, problem solving, sense of community. Those are the area of the non-cognitive skills that we expected the children to develop through the activity. Then we asked teachers and teachers and parents whether they see some improvement on those skills. And if we compare the school that practicing Tokkatsu and the school that did not practice school, and as you see on the left side, there are 4 skills. There are a significant change, a significant increase of the answers among teachers. And on the right side, there are only 2 of such seen. So the same as the teachers. The slide will be coming a little wide. And when we ask the same question to parents, we found that 5 of such skills have seen the significant increase comparing to the 2 to the non-practicing schools. So since this result shows that the Tokkatsu practice will make a significant impact on students in terms of the development of the non-cognitive skills. So that's what we found. And also 2 more slides will be coming up. It also impacts on the teachers' capacity to support such education activities. The more teacher answered that they can treat a student equally, or the more teachers say that they can encourage all students to do their own best. So those questions are asked, and more teachers will say they will do it. They can do it at the demonstrating school rather than the school not practicing tokkatsu. So this was also the good impact that we observed. And the final slides, if we asked principal, teachers, and parents whether they see positive changes in their school since the beginning of the practice of the tokkatsu, and on all groups, more people asked yes, they see positive changes at school than the school of non-practicing tokkatsu schools. So these are the findings that we experienced through the 4 and 5 years of experience of that project. So that's all my information. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Nobuhiro Setaguchi. Yeah? All right. The next round is going to be a short session with a caller from Japan, right? Okay. Right.
柏場先生。
はい。
すみません。はい、こんにちは。
こん
お
にちは。
願いします。一言。はい。
はい。皆さん、こんにちは。My name is Kiyoshi Kashiwaba, and
Can see him.
Haramachi Elementary School principal. And hi. I'm interesting for me to listen every speeches. Amazing. And I think it's important for us to learn for each other and for children. It's important, I think. And I hope continue the situation and shake each hands and for peace and for children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kashiwaba. With
Hi.
us today, our rector.
Amasra. Wow. Thank
Thank
you
you
for
very much.
visiting our school. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have listened to many of their presentation, which is very exciting and very new. So I would like to thank you for supporting this, and we hope we can do something in Malaysia and Indonesia at the same time. So thank you very much.
柏原先生、今のは学長で、
はい
これまでのご協力ありがとうございますということで、ご挨拶ありがとうございました。
本当にありがとうございました。このインドネシア、マレーシア、日本との関係、これからもまた深めていけるお手伝いができたらいいなと思います。ありがとうございました。
You have my full support to continue this three-country collaboration. Thank you so much.
Thank you again. All right. Okay, for the next panelist, is he going to join us? Is he going to join us? No.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. I would like to welcome the next panelist, Prof. Dr. Wan Muhammad Azizi Wan Sulaiman, and he's going to talk to us about the sustainability of education with Rahmah. Welcome.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon. Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, Prof. Dr. Siti Rafia. I would like to thanks and congratulate to Prof. Tan Sri, Prof. Emeritus Tan Sri Tuzul, the rector of IUM. It's good to come back here to IUM as the I was serving this university before, but in another campus in Kuantan. Thank you very much for the organizing committee for inviting me. Just a short presentation and to share some of our experience in terms of education in Rahmah in our small setup university in Mawib. Mawib basically is a religious council for the federal territory. Under the religious council, we do have this education setup whereby the main task or main responsibility for this setup is to cater the needs for education in the what we call the B40s or the lower economic groups. From there on, we've been in the service starting from 1983, so it's almost 30 years already. So that's the task that's been given to us. I would like to share the next slide. And see that what happened in Malaysia after the past COVID pandemic, the VUCA, actually the term of volatile, uncertain, complex visibility and ambiguity. But nevertheless, we have gone through that phases, but the impact is so much drastic. Yeah, for example, this year, there was a survey being done by the DOSM, the Department of Statistics in Malaysia. Sorry, it is in Malay, but mentioning that when they did the survey, I think about 1,000 of respondents, and they found out that the youngsters, especially the secondary levels, the SPM levels, they don't want to study anymore in the formal way, and they would rather go for gigs economy, become a Grab driver, Gojek, Indonesia, right? To become this what they call fast tracks or fast way of getting income. That causing a lot of impact to the intake. I think both government and also private education. So as far as we concerned, also we are handling the B40, the lower economic groups. That's even more challenges. So next slide will be the what we have designed in our university. Basically, we emulate very much our great university like IUM and also USIMS. And so that we come up with this superb curriculum for our students. Superior, usahawan or umatik, professional, excellent, Rabbani, and Budi. We realized that our students, especially the lower economic groups, they coming from these unfortunate groups, we need to cater more and to bring them more in terms of co-curriculum rather than the academic part of it. As you can see, Tokatsu, the holistic education of Japan. I have another slide that we are sending our students to work in Japan, actually, in Osaka, in the Kaigo. In fact, yesterday, there's a Hokkaido group came to our office to bring some of our students to work in Japan, in Kaigo, because we do believe Japan has a very good, what they call education and also working environment, especially in the old folk home or geriatric homes. So we devised this co-curriculum to make them superior in terms of their, we would like to inculcate the mother student to have the interest in study. They seem to be loss of interest and loss of their direction. So we need to have a superior something like the objective must be, they must have objective in their life, must be doing something can have impactful and meaningful in terms of their life and their study in the university. Of course, we put this in entrepreneurial, professional, excellent. Rabbani is more a religious type of curriculum, and as well as the Budi or the behavior or the what they call that akhlaq in Arabics. So we want them to have this sense of belonging to the society, sense of belonging to their family, even to their parent. So that's the support curriculum. If I may go next slide. Okay. Next slide. Yeah, so these are the phases of implementation. No matter how good or how our planning or our objective, but it go down to how we need to plan the preparation for the module. There will be a scoring marks basically for them to have the mark for each of the activities of curriculum that they join. So there'll be marking, there'll be rewards and award for whatever their participants. Okay, next. Yeah, there's another group of students that we cater also in our university, which basically these are the sorry, Mr. From Japan. That this actually our Quranic or our religious books. Many of them, many of Muslims actually they are actually how to say, they are they memorize the whole the books. But these are the actually group of students. They're coming from informal group of educations. So we call them tahfiz or pro tahfiz in the terms. So we did a survey basically that many it become a trend to the especially to the Malay or Muslim population here to send the student not through the formal way but rather through this pathway or tahfiz. But the problem with this pathway, informal education, that they don't have a formal education as what Prof. I know presented, it's not like the primary or secondary education. So we realized that there are about 80,000 of them basically don't have they have this certificate, but they don't have a formal certificate. So with that, they are actually a big problem when they want to continue their career in working or become even an entrepreneur. So we come up with these three programs. Basically, the secondary level, they call SPM, for Malaysian educations. But if some of them actually quite senior enough, they don't really want, they don't have interest to take the secondary exam level or Malaysian certificate exams. So they can choose TVET or what do you call that, kemahiran or vocational or TVETs program. Or the other pathway, the yellow one, we have in Malaysia that we call APEL. I think in Japan so we have that you can take them you can what do you call that, bring them to the formal education without the formal exams. We call APEL, accreditation prior experiential learning, or APEL. So Alhamdulillah, we got a few good numbers. I think next slide. We have enrolled this for the last 2 years, even though COVID years, but we managed to get about 60 or 70 under the sponsorship of Mawid. Next slide. Yep. So these are the students that have been enrolled, 88 of them, and 27 of them got this sponsorship from the endowment or zakat fund just now. Next. So among others, for our university, we make the strategic core strategic core. Among others, the number 5 there is the to produce the student or alumni with holistics, as what Takatsu or Toyota Foundation has been sponsored our research. Okay, next. The last part. Okay, so to sustainability in terms of Rahmah, I think we need to have these 4 components: the human part, social part. Of course, for the private education, we need to have a sustainability in terms of economics, and see we need also to educate our the young generation for the environment, because we have big climate change. This morning, so we have big rain. I mean, heavy rain, right? It's still not raining season. Then it's already come. I just came back from Umrah, so there also very hot weather climate. And I think winter in Japan, the sakura flowers have been shifted, right? No longer in March. We're looking for the sakura flower. Okay, next. So there are 4 components. So we do inculcate them with TASIF. Actually, is a research endowment fund. And Taufik, actually, this is a big endowment fund we call Tabung Amanah Wakaf Endowment and Infak, whereby we want the student and the parent also to be part of our university, to raise the fund for our university to contribute in terms of sustainability for the university. So in other words, to bring them part of the Islamic social finance or crowdfunding for this university. So we want the alumni, the students, the parents, and all the stakeholders that are paying zakat that also be part of this university. I have a full slide, but I think I want to share here. So we come up with the words of nurturing the ummah. The meaning of this basically to get them knowledge, wisdom, and excellence. Is very much centered around the Quranic verse of Al-Baqarah 269. Yu'til hikmata man yasha wa ma yu'tal hikmah faqad utiya khairan katsira wa ma yazakkaru illa ulul albab. In this verse mentioned very clearly that the knowledge must be there. wisdom, and no matter how you produce knowledge, but if you don't have a wisdom, and that wisdom is supposed to have excellency in terms of their behavior, in terms of their contribution back to the society, and none others is actually ulul albab. So the knowledge come back again. So that will be the center of our university. Okay, next. Right. So yeah, we want to capitalize the potential human development. Future generation of this university must be clearly defined. Okay, next. I think that will be the end. I have last slide on the. We have been sending our students to Osaka, to Japan. Very much that we would like to work with Kanako on the Mr. Nopivero on. We are sending them to Osaka basically to work in Japan, but we need to inculcate our students before they go to Japan this Tokatsu curriculum. Thank you very much. Arigatou gozaimasu.
All right. So that is quite interesting. It boils down to the concept of holistic learning and also producing learner, right? Working on their intellectualism and then the behavior with regard to character building and whatnot. Okay, thank you very much. And I would like to call upon the last panelist, Prof. Kazuhiko Nambu from Bankyo Gakuin University, Japan, and he's actually the co-researcher and also grants in aid for scientific research. Kiman, welcome. It's all about lesson study in the context of humanizing education. Welcome, sir.
Well, thank you for giving me a minute to present this the Japanese education, and it's a very honor for me to be here with you. And today, I would like to show you this in the lesson study in the context of humanizing the education. And this we were talking, and this Dr. Tsunayoshi already explained many things about the Tokkatsu. So I think it's not necessary for me to explain more. But as I told you, I was the principal at an elementary school and the junior high school. So from that experience, I would like to add something about the Tokkatsu. The computer is very heavy. Yeah. I'm right. Okay. You know this and about this in the Japanese curriculum. I mean this you already around about the Japanese education a lot of. So, but I would like to explain this in a national curriculum, the standards again. So the national curriculum is based on the School Education Act, and in Japan, the national government set the national curriculum standard for all schools. The all school means it's very important. In Japan, and when you go to the Japan, you can see the Tokkatsu everywhere, from Hokkaido to Okinawa. So Dr. Mastura Sensei, she came to Japan, and she went to many schools. Also surprised for me not to go there. So she knows everything more than me. She has an expertise. So
does that include private schools? All schools?
All schools. Yes, especially the public school. public school, but this, the also the private school and follow this Japanese standard. So you can see tonkatsu taste, in every way. And this the competencies is for living, and there are 3 pillars in it. One is in the solid academic abilities. This is the cognitive skills, right? So and math and science and so on, right? And then number 2 is in the richness in my mind. I think this has something to do with the Rahmah. I'm going to explain the later. And one more pillar is a healthy body. So the richness in my mind, moral education and the tonkatsu, I think it's in 2 areas in charge of this, the tonkatsu. And self-discipline and cooperation with others, kindness others, loving, caring, compassion, many non-cognitive areas. So, Dr. Mastura told me, Rahmah means mercy and compassion and love. Same to Japan, right? So I respect the Rahmah. And this, she says that after the back to this in Malaysia, she told me lesson study in Japan is more on character building, right? What I saw in Japan in times of tonkatsu practices is all about the Rahmah. I agree with you, and I admire you. You really understand the tonkatsu more than me. Right. She's my teacher. Same. Just a second. Okay, and it's the tonkatsu, as you know this, and 4 categories. One is classroom activities. And number 2 is the student council activities. And number 3 is the club activities and the school events. And this, you have much interest in about this in classroom activities. So that everybody says talking in the classroom. Yeah, it's a very important thing for the teacher to foster the children. So classroom activities is a very important role in tonkatsu. And the content is, I want to explain this in the tonkatsu, the discussion and activities and the classroom activities and the group activities. As I told you this, discussion activities is indispensable to us making us or building a good classroom. And these are activities based on the student's own idea and the hopes for making the classroom the better and the first. This means this, we do not take this, teacher-centered. Student-centered is very important. So there's so many questions about this, how to do the tokkatsu, but it's very simple. I would like to try to do that, before Senate and the teaching. I just want to pray with the kids more, and I wanted to talk with them, and not only the subjects, but also during this periods and this lunchtime, clean up after the schools. In Japan, there's all teachers is doing that kind of activities, that they take that way in order to make a good relationship with each other. And this is Dr. Ryoko Tsuneyoshi told you, I agree with her opinions. Recent study in the international context has tended to focus on cognitive learning. This means, that, as I told you, science and math, something like that. The teachers and also the parents tended to have a concern about this cognitive learning. But recent study in Japan covers cognitive and non-cognitive areas. I say the richness in my mind. The richness in my mind it's a non-cognitive areas. And this another subject is cognitive areas. So in Japan, non-cognitive learning is a part of this curriculum. This means it's very important and depend on the countries and cognitive area is in the curriculum. But in Japan, teachers are trying to challenge everything, cognitive areas and non-cognitive areas. Fortunately or unfortunately, teachers in Japan do not recognize. That's a big difference, and that's a very problem. So if I would like to explain this, if the teachers are asked to explain this in the content of tokkatsu or characteristic of tokkatsu, it might be hard. It's not easy for them to explain because it's normal. Why? What happened? They don't ask me. But now it's the teachers from the Eurasian, Indonesian, any countries, they have much interest in concerns about the tokkatsu. I told the old teachers, you have a much interest in tokkatsu. So now the Japanese teachers started to run the tokkatsu again, especially in the younger generation teachers. So that yesterday, the international conference, Worlds, and they see many Japanese young teachers or people and participate in that listening conference. Maybe the experience and the yesterday's experience has much encouraged them. So I hope they're gonna study, they're gonna talk, they're gonna discuss with you from now. So I ask you, please to ask them, what is a tokkatsu? Okay. And this, I think, Cindy, you have us on the school events in your schools, and sometimes you think it's oh, school event, it's just fun for the student, and that's it. But in Japan, you see, the Japan is the new semester started from April. The entrance ceremony, and then the sporting day, field trip, group overnight trips, cultural festival, music festival, and then graduate ceremonies. The teachers has planning not to plan this joy, not to plan to do fun, go. The teachers are really eager to this, to foster the children. They have a goal. What kind of things do the teacher foster through this school events? I talked with the educators in foreign countries, and they do not have a school events plan. But in Japan, the teacher has a plan, teaching plan. It's not the subject. School events, they have a plan. And it's in the teachers' meetings, and the teacher in charge of the school events will explain about the goal, how to do it. And after that, so we share this teaching plan. And after that, we reflect everything. And what first point is good, what point is not good. So next school events and the teachers discuss about the reflection. So I would like to say through this school events, not only the teachers, not only the students, also the teachers will grown up, and they have a good communication. They have a nice relationship. So when the student go home, mom says, "What is school today?" It's not fun, or it's fun. You see? So school events, and they enjoyed very much in the school events, and they're gonna say, it's fun. So tomorrow I will go to school, even if I catch a cold, not the coronavirus. Okay. Okay. So there's many kind of the school events, but this is a very different from this another school events. Multi-grade activities from first grade and to sixth grades. They usually each grade they have each school events or activities, each class, each grade, but this is different. This picture shows the taking care of the first graders. The sixth graders, the girl, the sixth graders is taking care of her when they enter the school. The first graders, they do not know this in the school, so, and they are very anxious. So sixth graders and take care of them. And, this is the good challenge. So one grade, first grade and the sixth grade, or second grade and the fifth grade, and third grade is fourth grade. It depends on the situation, the state of the class, grade, and the school. This is very effective. One more is this say this is also this multi-graders and activities, and this is very interesting. The girls and the boys and the with and the red hat is the first graders. Another is in the second grade. Last year, another graders and took care of this second grade. This year, we will take care of the first grade. This is they play enjoy together. This is also the multi-grade activities. I think it's you already try to challenge this kind of, right? You did? No. Okay, if not, please try to challenge this kind of multi-grade activities. And the last one, so we have a school picnic. You also have a school picnic, but this school picnic is different. And from first grade and the sixth grade, all grades, with teachers, the janitors, they are going to have a school picnic. And also the sixth graders and take care of the first grade. So you can imagine mercy, right? Compassion, loving, cares. This is non-cognitive areas. This is not the subject, but this school picnic is very effective and useful. Usually, it's each grade and have a school grade picnic near the school. And this is the start from the school. And look at these pictures. This is very interesting. And the sixth graders, boys, and hand in hand, first graders. I like these pictures. This is real Tokatsu. Yes, this is real Rahmah. But sixth grader is very shy and he has no brothers. He doesn't know this how to deal with him. So he's gonna go away. So first grader, no, don't go away. We have to shake a hand. We have to be the hand in hand. So he hand is in your hand and again. He feels warm, that loving cares. Maybe, and I think so, and two of them is, feel same things. Yeah. So this picture shows tokkatsu, cooperation, compassion, loving cares, and like a lamb. I love these pictures. I took the pictures 10 years ago when I was a principal. Yeah. And then they arrive at the school. And on the way, on the school picnic, the teachers, sometimes teachers are trying to do something on a subject. It's at the cognitive areas. So, for example, what's this flowers? What's this seed? What's the tree? It is science. And what the street in here? There's a slope. It's social studies. And on the way to the picnic park, they're gonna sing a song. Let's sing a song. Da, 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 like this. It's a music. You see? Oh, and the park is they play the dance. It's a physical education. So not only the non-cognitive, also the cognitive areas. All in the school picnics. But this is I was so surprised to know this and the student grown up through the school events, like us on a school picnic. Oh, okay, and this I'm gonna say again this non-cognitive learning, consideration, kindness, satisfaction, loving, caring, mercy, compassion. Lama, like Lama. Yeah? And there's cognitive learning, physical education, science, social studies, music. And Japanese. Why Japanese? After the school picnic, the first graders give the letter, thank you letter to the sixth graders. Also, the sixth graders write letters to the first grader. And they put on the board. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's very nice. Yeah, I feel it's so nice. So I think it's this kind of a challenge, and you do that from tomorrow, not today. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. That was really inspiring and highly, I would say, highly motivated to hear all these things happening. And I thought that it's just in one small corner of the world, but I think there's a lot of common things being shared across the globe. Okay, with that, I would like to summarize a little bit about all the things that have been presented by all the three panelists. Basically, from morning, we have been listening to the concept of tokatsu. So I think it is already deeply ingrained in that we tend to understand it's value laden, and it's actually shaping the children's behavior on how to cooperate with others, and also respect, and also love without discriminating. And also apart from that, there are two things that we learn about lesson study that is actually about cognitive and non-cognitive. So I think that is quite clear. I've been listening to this concept, but now I think it's clearer. And the next thing, I also heard today, if I'm not mistaken, about social study. So that is also intense and also well translated and fully understood by the examples given. And also, I think the similar thing that we learned from Japan and also Indonesia is that now the world is actually focusing on student-centered learning, where the teachers are no longer in view or standing right in front of the classroom, but rather the students are taking charge of their own learning. So basically, the focus is actually to make the students, so empower the student with all the personality and also empowering them with all the good skills so that they can survive for the 21st century. Okay, now with regard to our prof, he mentioned about education with Rahmah, and he spoke about nurturing the ummah, and it's also value laden that focus on four basic skills: knowledge, skills, wisdom, and also excellence. So I think having said all this, we have come to the end of the presentation, inshallah, and I'll pass back. Thank you very much to all the panels. So it has been very inspiring. I'll pass it back to the MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Siti, for the very clear summary of the roundtable discussion. And with that also, we have come to the end of the symposium. But before we officially close the symposium, I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Mastura to give her brief closing remarks. Please welcome, Doctor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you and a very good evening. Okay. All right. Thank you, Tan Sri, for staying with us. I think I should give you opportunity to say a few words.
Well, I'm kind of speechless. I mean, there's a lot of things that that is happening on the ground that I do not know. So that's why I spend time here, because I think the university is really interested to do this, what in our terms we call a value-based education. And we have been talking about this for a long time. The only thing is that we are not sure how to do it.
Yeah.
So now it is quite clear how it should be done, and also when it should start. You know, we want to start at the age of 30. I think it's kind of difficult. You know, we're also hardwired. So I think we want to start at the school level, and this is where Prof. Mastura is. And maybe we can work closer with you to find out what are the modules that is workable for us in terms of trying to get the discipline. I think, well, my father, just to let you know where I come from, my father is a Hibakusha. In 1945, he was studying in Hiroshima when the bomb was dropped, but he survived. And he just passed away in 2013. So my bringing up was almost a Japanese bringing up. So I do understand what this discipline is all about, punctuality and all those things. I can only understand this because he did it in such a way that we are all doing it. And that's why this learning by doing, I think, is important. Yeah. Here is all learning more by preaching. You tell and tell and tell and tell, nothing happens. You know, and you tell again and nothing happens. After all, people get tired. So I think we need to go now to this amal rather than, and you learn, like you say, cleanliness cannot be taught. You really need to do it, you know. And this is where I think we need now to shift and see how the student at the kindergarten, how they arrange their shoes. I will tell you one very nice story. A Japanese friend of mine was going to the airport, and he stopped at one of the mosques because it was time before he goes to the airport. But he didn't know there was a Friday. Friday is a congregation where everybody goes to the mosque. Yeah? So he's put his shoe like the Japanese facing outward. And then he went to the mosque. But the crowd comes in. And when the crowd comes in, their shoes are all over the place. And my Japanese friend's shoes suddenly got lost in the so many shoes. And when he wants to go out, he couldn't find his shoe anymore. So he went back and he wrote me and said, I need to apologize because I used somebody else's shoe to go back to Japan. Because, because I couldn't find my shoe in that car. So, I mean, that alone is enough to tell us that there are many things that we need to do. So I'm very grateful. Thank you very much. Thank you very much that we learned a lot, and hopefully we will put this as soon as possible. We cannot wait another day. If we can do it before the end of the year, I'll be very happy. But we will support you and make sure that it happens as a model in. So the question that my colleagues asked, what did the minister say? What did the minister say? Forget about them. Let's do what we need to do. When it works, then they will come and see it. Yeah, if you wait for their permission, you probably will not get it. So thank you very much. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Thank you, Tan Sri. Okay. Maybe one more point that we need to, I would like to ponder, I want everyone to ponder upon is that we here in Malaysia, we still talk about revolution 4.0, while in Japan, they talk about society 5.0, because everyone is concerned about children. The society concerned about children. The children can go to school without feeling fear because the society taking care of them. Everyone is concerned. During the holiday, during the weekend, I remember when I went with Pravyoko, during the weekend, the students can go to any shop and the shop can say your child is safe here. This is anytime is a process of learning for the children because of this society 5.0. Everyone is responsible to take care of the children. So, and then and another thing is that school is a place where students practice daily life skills. And then school is a place where students practice leadership. School is a place where, as for example, like monitor in a class, they change monthly or weekly because they want to give opportunity for others to govern the classroom. You know, then when there is a problem with the monitor, which means that they are learning that, okay, maybe they need to know what are the best character to be a leader, something like that. Everything is opportunity for learning. But for us in Malaysia, and I believe even in Indonesia, Pak Tatang, even in Indonesia, the situation was you learn when you sit down, you hold a pencil or you read book, then only you learn. But actually it's not. Learning is anytime, anyway. That's all. Thank you very much.
Sorry. We were like that. At one time, when I was small, the society looked after me. The telling was, it takes a whole society to raise a child. You know, we were like that. My house wasn't locked. Everybody can come in and come out. Nothing is stolen. It's very much like quote unquote the Japanese today. But somehow or other we lost it. We lost it halfway because we want to be modernized. And when they modernize means our value also goes at the same time. That's why I really appreciate the cultural dimension. You keep your culture with you because that determines who you are. We have lost our culture. To be honest with you, we have lost our culture and we are trying to borrow somebody else's culture and think that's a modern culture. So we need to go back to that. It happens before and therefore it can happen again. It's not something we should speak.
You can do that in our school, that's right. Huh? In our school, Educare, we have Educare, Setubudi, inshallah.
Okay, thank you so much, Thanks Director and also Dr. Mastura. Very insightful remark actually to end the symposium. We have come to the final agenda, which is souvenir presentation. For that, I would like to invite Dr. Mastura to accompany Thanks Director to hand over the present souvenirs. All right, first I would like to welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Kanako Kusanagi. And in camera. Okay, next, I would like to welcome. Next, I invite Professor Tatang Suranto. Next, I kindly invite Mr. Nobuhiro Setoguchi. Please welcome next Professor Dr. Wan Muhammad Azizi Wan Sulaiman. Okay, last but not least, I invite Professor Dr. Kazuhiko Nambo. Okay, not to forget our moderators who have kindly moderated the discussions. First, I invite Brother Muhammad Shawani Ahmad Sabri. And finally, I invite Associate Professor Dr. Siti Rafia Abdul Hamid. Okay, the symposium also would like to extend appreciation to Tan's director for being here with us since morning. So with that, Dr. Masra is handing over a token of appreciation. Thank you, Tan's director. Thank you, Dr. Masura, and thank you, everyone. So with that, we have come to the end of the symposium. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to apologize for any limitations. We hope that you have obtained something, you have benefited something from the discussions that we have had today, inshallah. With that, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. Oh, okay. Sorry, before I forgot. Everyone is invited to the banquet hall for late afternoon tea. Okay, thank you.